Good morning, everybody. My name is Dimitra Konstantinou. I'm the VT partner at the Cyprus law firm Kinanis LLC. And I'm really honored today that I will be co-presenting this conference alongside Elina Sfongali, associate at Spector, Constant & Williams. To start with, I would like to share with you a pleasant surprise I had during a business trip in Sweden. Actually, while promoting Cyprus in a business trip with a colleague of mine in Sweden, a Swedish lawyer asked me, "Do you really provide such services in Cyprus? Don't you just spend your days sunbathing and enjoying the sunny weather of Cyprus, the black flag beaches in Cyprus?" And really, I felt so insulted and angry at the same time for his rudeness to say so. And what I did is just to focus on the talent we have in Cyprus. We have to make it clear that Cyprus has well-educated people. We have qualified accountants, qualified lawyers who can provide cost-effective business solutions to all our clients. With this, I would like to warmly welcome all of you to the 5th International Business Conference organized by the Great Britain Cyprus Business Association, which is promoting, on the one hand, Cyprus as an attractive investment hub, and London as a global financial and investment center. Before we get started, I would like to remind you that the aim of this association is to bring business opportunities to its members through promoting networking between businesses based in Great Britain and Cyprus. And this is the reason why we are all here today. The aim is to get some business opportunities through this gathering, and the agenda was formulated in such a way to give us information in several sectors of the economy. Our qualified expert speakers, we shall be dealing with relocation of business in Cyprus. They're going to give us updates based on the government's action plan for 2022. They shall be presenting London as a global financial and investment center. They shall be presenting investment opportunities in Cyprus, both in real estate sector as well as in other sectors like education, funds, renewable energy, and medical sector. We shall have a speech on metaverse, very nice and hot topic nowadays. And we shall end the day with a presentation on crypto, tokenization, and potential for businesses, which is again a really hot topic the last 5 years, I would say. To get started the conference, let's invite the founder and president of the association to deliver his opening address, Mr. Savas Kyriakidis.
Welcome to London, all of you. Mr. Deputy Minister Kyriakos Kokkinos, Mr. Deputy High Commissioner Nicholas Manolis, and Mr. Minister of the Greek Embassy, Gerasimos Lazaris, all the friends coming all the way from Cyprus, and all of you coming here with us today from London. Welcome to our Business International Conference organized by the Great Britain Cyprus Business Association, and which gives the opportunity to businessmen and professionals from Cyprus and the UK to sit here together and get information about all the services provided in Cyprus and also here in London. Our association managed in less than 3 years to bring together so many businesses, and now we are counting about 130 members. We are introducing businesses from the UK to businesses in Cyprus and vice versa, and also organizing these events just to bring the opportunity to everybody to for a business networking. I'm sure that you will enjoy the event. We have distinguished speakers from Cyprus and the UK, and they will provide us with all the necessary information needed in our life. I also welcome people that they are here with us for the first time, as I see, and I'm sure that they will join us during our next events, and they will give the information to the other people that they are not here with us today, that Cyprus and the UK have a lot to offer to not only to the people in the UK and Cyprus, but to other people around the world. I would like also to thank all our sponsors, our associate sponsor, Ernst & Young Cyprus, also our gold sponsors and silver sponsors, because without their support, we couldn't have the opportunity to organize this event. I'm sure that you will enjoy the event. Thank you once again for coming. That's all from me. We have a lot to hear later during the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savas. Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to see so many familiar faces here today, as well as some new ones, following on from the highly successful event that took place almost 6 months ago. Please join me in welcoming the Deputy High Commissioner at the High Commission of the Republic of Cyprus in the UK, Mr. Nikolaos Manolis.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Good morning to all. Κύριε Υπουργέ, Deputy Minister Kokkinos, Mr. Kyriakidis, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be with you this morning to offer a few introductory remarks at this year's Business Conference for Cyprus as an attractive investment hub, and London as a global financial and investment center which is organized for the 5th year in London. I would like to thank the organizers, first of all, for kindly inviting me to attend. At this point, please allow me to express the High Commissioner, Mr. Andreas Kakouris' regrets for not being able to be here with you all day and due to the state opening of the Parliament by Her Majesty the Queen this morning. His Excellency has requested to convey his best wishes for a very successful conference and his hope that today's event will prove to be a very productive session for all participants. Also, I'm delighted to welcome His Excellency, the Deputy Minister for Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, Mr. Kyriakos Kokkinos. The Minister's attendance, I think, is a cue for the commitment of the Cyprus government to the continuous strengthening and broadening of UK-Cyprus economic and business relations. At the same time, it's a great pleasure to have with us the Minister Chancellor for Economic and Commercial Affairs of the Embassy of Greece, our colleague in London, Mr. Gerasimos Lazaris. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have all witnessed recently the whole world being hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic and huge efforts from the international community to establish a vaccination program which will lead to reopening and recovery of the global economy. At the same time, Brexit has affected and will continue to do, for many years perhaps, most of those sectors that rely on cross-border trade with the EU, with increasing complex custom, red tape, and other administrative burdens which impact movements of goods. In this challenging environment, Cyprus and the United Kingdom are closer than ever due to the long-standing political, cultural, and economic ties we have developed for decades, both bilaterally and through our membership to the EU and the Commonwealth. The United Kingdom remains the most important export destination for Cypriot products and one of the highest economic partners of our country, with significant impact on most business sectors. Moreover, the United Kingdom is Cyprus' prime tourist market. British visitors, as you know, represent about a third of the overall number of tourist arrivals to the Republic. Post-Brexit, I'm confident that despite whatever challenges might throw, the robust bilateral relationship between Cyprus and the United Kingdom will continue to strengthen considerably over time, as Cyprus remains a reliable, predictable business partner and will seek to further advance its position as a significant international hub and investment destination. In this course, our diplomatic mission in London, the High Commission, remains at everyone's disposal to facilitate the establishment of new and the development of existing business links and assist with any consular or other matters. Concluding, I'm confident that today's event will serve as another excellent occasion to explore further ways of cooperation by identifying the latest trends and business development, and our speakers will re-endorse Cyprus as a reliable partner in post-Brexit world. Please allow me to thank once more the organizers, Business Direction Events United Kingdom, and other contributors to this event, as well as our Trade Councillor, Mr. Konstantinos Dafos, in making this event possible, and to which each and every one of you productive discussions with the confidence that this will lead to a new and mutual beneficial cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manolis, for the speech. I would like now to invite the Minister Counselor for Economic and Commercial Affairs at the Embassy of Greece in London, Mr. Gerasimos Lazaris.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Minister Kyriakos Kokkinos, Your Excellency, High Commissioner Nikolaos Manolis, distinguished guests, dear organizer, Mr. Savas Kyriakidis, in the current challenging circumstances, amid global shocks and rising uncertainty over the course of the global economy, we remain committed to exploiting every opportunity to promote economic relations with the United Kingdom. The impact of Brexit on trade is already visible, with a decrease in UK's commercial exchanges with EU countries and a shift of British trade towards third countries. Brexit has made it harder for British companies to do business with any EU country and for British people to travel in the EU, a difficulty that we must strive to overcome within the competencies of the national policy and through bilateral cooperation with the UK. There is a high-quality human capital of Greek British and Cypriot British in London, with a very high educational level. They have succeeded in becoming distinguished members of the society here. They are proud of their origin and are trying to maintain ties with their homeland. Many of them are tapping into their remarkable influence radius to help their country meet great challenges. In order to promote investments in both countries, recently Greece and Cyprus supported a relevant initiative organized in the premises of London Stock Exchange. The signing of the strategic framework agreement between Greece and the UK and the Prime Minister Mitsotakis' visit to London at the end of last year have created new momentum in Greece-UK bilateral cooperation. The Prime Minister's visits and his address to British investors during the Confederation of British Industries annual conference has created a very positive dynamic for Greece, and as CBI President Lord Karan Bilimoria said to Greek Prime Minister, we can fully exploit the opportunities in order to build forward better with the UK. We have an increasing number of success stories of global investors investing in Greece over the last period of time. To name a few, Microsoft established a data center hub in Thessaloniki. Pfizer established a center for providing customer-centric digital services in Thessaloniki. Tesla set up a subsidiary in Athens to focus on the development of electric motor technology. Cisco created an international innovation and digital skills development center in Thessaloniki. TeamViewer is basing their tech R&D teams in Ioannina. In the fintech sector, recently, JP Morgan acquired 49% of Viva Wallet. Key sectors to attract British investments include green energy and especially offshore wind farms, fiber optics connectivity, technology innovation and startups, logistics, real estate, to name a few. 32 billion euros, mostly in grants, are available for Greece from the EU Recovery and Resilience Fund, which can certainly be a driver for attracting FDIs. We offer incentives to Britons who want to live in Greece, as well as Greek talented professionals who work and thrive in the UK and want to return home. Be it the digital nomad visa scheme or tax incentives for retirees, there is a large pool of people in the UK that would be interested in. Today's event is an excellent occasion to Cyprus business to create ample room for cooperation with businesses in the UK, and I have but to add my best wishes to the Great Britain-Cyprus Business Association for a successful and fruitful conference. As one investor aptly put it recently, whoever has visited Europe and has not visited London does not know that he has been eating a sandwich without the filling. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaris. We are honored to now welcome the Deputy Minister to the President of the Republic of Cyprus for Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, Mr. Kyriakos Kokkinos.
Good morning, Kalimera. What a great audience. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here with you. When I am in London, I feel like being home because I lived in London, I worked in London in my professional career. And especially when I am with an audience with so many Greek-speaking people or people who are not Greek-speaking, but they trusted Cyprus for their business endeavors, I do feel like being home. Your Excellency Deputy High Commissioner, Your Excellency Minister, Councillor, Mr. Lazaris, distinguished guests, I will try in a very short period of time to share with you our aspiration about what is Cyprus all about business. Cyprus is not just sun and sea. Cyprus is an international business center. We don't aspire to become an international business center. We are a business center and we aspire to grow even further and be the technology hub for Eastern Mediterranean, to be the international business center acknowledged for the quality of the services, the quality of the people, to be the place to live, to work, and do business. This is our motto. live, work, and do business in Cyprus. I know, Cyprus is a very small place. So what? Small is beautiful. Our geostrategic location, our small size makes agility to be our advantage. We just have to bring from our subconscious into our conscious approach that agility is a key advantage. And when you are small, you do have this agility. We are a member state at the crossroad of Israel, Middle East, North Africa. Do you know how many Israeli companies today are moving to Cyprus? Because through Cyprus, they can enjoy the quality of life, but that's the fifth reason, because we give them access to Middle East, to North Africa, to Europe. And of course, our Anglo-Saxon system, our quality educated workforce is a key advantage. So we do have all the key ingredients. And these key ingredients have been the propelling fuel of our economy for the past 20 years in a bottom-up approach. The private sector has driven the economy, the business, the services economy in a bottom-up approach. Now the government, finally, this government decided that bottom-up is not good enough. We need to help the businesses, and we have a top-down approach. So we merge forces, and that's the purpose of my meeting here today, to share with you our vision, our plan, our strategy, and exchange ideas how we can come closer together for making Cyprus the perfect place to live, work, and do business. I know, from 2014 to 2021, it has been a roller coaster. You can see this on this chart. But we are still not just breathing, we are growing. We can withstand any crisis. In fact, the private sector has demonstrated, not just once, but many times throughout our history, that in crisis, we come out winners because we have this tremendous ability as Cypriots to be able to make value out of every crisis and see the opportunities stemming out of every difficult situation. So our long-term vision and the action plan that has been commissioned by the government for 2035 is Cyprus to be one of the world's best countries to live, work, and do business, what I've mentioned before. This is not just a buzzword. There is a master plan and a blueprint, but this is just 1%, having a master plan. You know how many, having a master plan is not good enough. You need execution. And this is what we're doing. It's 1% is the master plan, 99% is execution. And we're here to execute. And we cannot execute alone. We need you. This is the master blueprint of the master plan. It will be delivered as a final version in June this year. It has been commissioned by the government to a consulting firm, and it's still work in progress. But all it says is that we want to be a modern nation with effective government machinery, efficient legal system, and open, transparent marketplace for everyone. And we should take ownership of our destiny for the future. In terms of strategic objectives, thriving and resilient economy, powerhouse for innovation, digitalization, greener economy, etc. I will not read this. You get the idea. There is a game plan, and the game started. This government created 5 new ministries. My ministry was the 3rd one in the row. You know that in Cyprus, when we say deputy ministry in shipping, deputy ministry in innovation, it's a ministry. It's not under another ministry. It's just for constitutional reasons. The Unfortunately, the ministries are hard-coded by name on the constitution, and we cannot change the constitution due to the conflict with Turkey. So until the constitution is changed, every new ministry is called deputy ministry to the president, but it's a ministry. 5 new ministries have been created. The latest one is the social welfare ministry, deputy ministry. My ministry was created on March 1st, 2020, very same day with the COVID. I don't know if that was, I hope it, I have nothing, I promise I have nothing to do with it. Okay? And my ministry, in fact, has 4 basic mandates. Research. What is research? It's the capacity, the capability to create knowledge. Innovation is the capability to convert knowledge into competitiveness in the economy through the commercialization of the research work. Digital policy, which means digital government, digital fitness of the society, digital fitness of the businesses. And the last pillar is communication. So I have a wide portfolio, from research to space communication to telecom industry to digital. Cyprus Recovery and Resilience Fund, 1.2 billion. A huge opportunity for investments, a huge opportunity for the reform of our country. 23% of the budget, roughly 285 million, is allocated on digital. Another 41% on green transition. And within the 41%, a lot of the green transition plan is technology and innovation driven. Why do I mention that? This is not for you. Well, you might say, well, it is for you and for us and for everyone, because these investments will be materialized with your help, and it's a business opportunity for you. And I will give you just one example on the digital part. The 23% of the digital is translated into 170 million on government transformation. This is by 2026. These projects have to be finished. And there is another 150 million on top from national funds. And also 24 million is geared towards the digital fitness of the society, educating the workforce, but also the citizens to enhance their digital fitness, their readiness to exploit the technology. And this is money that will go to the private sector for education. 53 million to expand connectivity. Cyprus, although we do have 5G coverage, 100% coverage, we are still a slow connectivity economy. Our internet is not where it should be. And our prices are high. We need to acknowledge the weaknesses. So the government will allocate 53 million to incentivize the citizens and businesses to enhance their connectivity capacity. 35 million will be allocated into smart cities, which is green economy. How do I, and the approach is the following. You've heard that Mr. Fedonas in Paphos says smart Paphos. In Nicosia, Mr. Yorkakis, the mayor, says smart Nicosia. You cannot have smart Paphos and smart Nicosia, smart Larnaca, and smart Aradipu and smart. That's not too smart. You just need one smart Cyprus. Cyprus is a country of less than 1 million. So all you need is just one single unified platform for all municipalities to be connected together. So through a proposal at the Ministerial Council that I submitted in November last year, we embarked into creating a platform that will be common for all municipalities and will be provided to the citizens and their municipalities as a service. And this is done with the private sector. Another 88 million is allocated into innovative entrepreneurship. I mentioned before that my ministry is not just in charge of digital. I have research, 150 million euros invested on research every year. 150 million. Did you know that? Did you know that about 20 million out of the 150 million is on projects, on research projects, jointly with UK academia and research institutions? Imperial, Oxford, Cambridge. Our young, bright minds in Cyprus are working hand in hand with the most prestigious institutions in UK, in Germany, Max Planck, and other geographies, Bocconi Institute in Italy, etc. We have one of the most enviable research ecosystem. The quality of research by international standards happening in Cyprus is among the highest standards. It's on the top 5 in the European Union. Our problem, well, we have two problems. This research investment of 150 million is not converted into competitiveness in the economy. It remains, and this is a challenge for Greece and most Mediterranean countries as well. Excellent research, but commercialization is not happening. We do not convert this investment into value add in the economy. Why? Because the business community does not collaborate, is not close with the academia, and the academia is not close. So we need to build a bridge. So I designed a program called Innovative Entrepreneurship. This Innovative Entrepreneurship program, what it's all about is there are 3 funding instruments for businesses to collaborate, but the owner, the driver, the applicant must be the business, to apply to the government for funding of an innovative idea. And this innovative idea has to be driven and be in association with a research institution. It doesn't have to be from Cyprus. And the funding is 1 million for major businesses, 500,000 for startups, and the funding is 85% and 15% from the applicant. So it's 85 from the government, 15% from the applicant, and 100,000 for every new startup, 100% funding, nothing from the startup. That led in the past 2 years in the creation of 48 new startups. 18 existing startups received 500,000 each, and you have seen last week Cyprus Seeds is one of these beneficiaries. There was an event here in London from Cyprus Seeds, which is a business accelerator and incubator for startups. And 13 companies, major companies in the pharmaceutical sector, engineering companies, benefited from this program of 1 million each. Their obligation is to provide 150K own funds as well, so it's 85 to... Why do I mention that? Because Cyprus is not just sun and sea. Cyprus is technology. Cyprus is innovation. A lot of times I get the question, what are you doing for attracting our Cypriots back to Cyprus? My answer to that is that I'm not interested. I don't have to attract Cypriots back to Cyprus. I have to give them the right reason to come. I have to give them the right reason to collaborate with as a community of practice with Cypriot ecosystem. They can live and work perfectly here in London if they want, but I have to give them good reason to collaborate with Cypriots that are on the same field. If it's real estate, it's real estate. If it is legal professional services, it's legal professional services, etc., etc. So you see, our Cyprus intellectual capital is on a distributed architecture mode, and it should remain as such. We don't have to repatriate everyone. What we have to do is to mobilize this intellectual capital in the United States, in New York, in San Francisco, in Silicon Valley, in Australia, in Germany, in London, to know who they are and give them a good reason to explore the possibility for collaboration with the local ecosystem. This is what innovation is all about. So my approach is, and my message to you is, try to encourage your network to explore what kind of potential collaboration schemas I can identify in Cyprus in the research, on the innovation, or on the mainstream business domains, and collaborate. If at some point they decide that there is good reason for me to come to Cyprus, it's fine, but the word is flat. Personally, as a professional, I've been in the private sector for more than 30 years. Out of my 30 years, I lived in Cyprus only 11, I think. The rest, I was always on the move, on, off. It's not bad at all. Cyprus is a very small place, and we do need these bright minds that they excel abroad to be associated with Cyprus. On the digital domain, how many of you are familiar with gov.uk? Yeah, the portal of the government of the UK. Well, we're announcing very soon the gov.cy. What is gov.cy? Is the equivalent of gov.uk designed for Cyprus, so all government services will be through one single portal. How do we do it? Well, we've commissioned the government digital services of the United Kingdom, that developed gov.uk, is the government agency reporting to the cabinet, and I met yesterday with the Minister of Digital in the cabinet office, and we commissioned them to help us implement the gov.uk equivalent called gov.cy. So there is a huge transformation, and this is value add to the economy, to the businesses. It's a single portal for all government services, businesses and citizens. And it's being implemented on exactly the same standards and architecture with the gov.uk. And it's done by Cypriots with the help of consultants from the government of UK. We are bringing a huge change on government transformation. This is our key focus. Judicial reform is a major reform, e-justice. So now all your interactions as lawyers, and there are many lawyers in this room, is done through online service, not through a protocol paper-based approach. And also we have another project in digital audio recording, so we eliminate the need for, how do you call it in Greek, is practicography, stenotypist. Okay, and also we are going for electronic hearings, court hearings electronically. This is a major reform of our judicial system. We are revisiting information systems in all government departments, in the lands and surveys, the town planning, on the healthcare sector. So all these projects are major transformational initiatives. Each one of these projects is in the order of 10 to 30, 50 million. One project is 60 million, is in the healthcare sector. And of course, blockchain and AI are key the new technologies. We are, we hope that by September this year we will have the the legal framework for distributed ledger technologies. It will be submitted for final round of discussions with the private sector and then presented to the bill to the Parliament for approval. It's a major step forward. And of course, there is a budget of about, I think it's 32 or 34 million euros for funding small, medium-sized enterprises for their digital upgrade, including services as well as equipment. So Cyprus, with the tax regime that we have, the reliable business support services, the relatively low cost of doing business. We're not the lowest, but I think that we have the quality of life, the regulatory structure, the access to the markets, the access to talent, and the positive economic outlook. I believe that we have every reason to be optimistic and hand in hand working together with the government to make it happen. Let me give you investment opportunities. We'll hear about this today. I will not go through each one of them, okay? I will just spend my rest 5-7 minutes that I have. I don't want to spoil. I have 7 minutes to go. I will share with you some other key figures. In ICT, just on technology sector, ideal headquarter location for ICT companies, relocation destination, gateway to Europe, sandbox for emerging new technologies, international broadband connectivity hub. All these things are key ingredients for making Cyprus the ideal place for technology and science companies. The number of IT professionals in Cyprus for the local ecosystem is about 11,000. 11,000 IT professionals. Do you know how many IT professionals we have from third countries serving the IT companies invested and trusted Cyprus? 12,000. So there is a second ecosystem, bigger than the local ecosystem, of IT professionals. They live, work, and do business in Cyprus. With a multiplier factor, living with their families, 30,000 is just a city on its own. 30,000 IT professionals. Plus digital nomads, plus freelancers working in Cyprus. So Cyprus is a technology hub. We have a lot of fintech companies. We have a lot of IT companies in the gaming industry, like world gaming, etc. So it's not something that we are starting from scratch. We are just, want to grow. And our best ambassadors, the people to trust for being your ambassador, are the existing investors, the existing companies in Cyprus, if you treat them properly, if you respect them, and you give them the customer service they deserve. These are some of the companies that are in Cyprus. All in all, these companies employ roughly 20,000 employees. And most of these employees are with families. Another sector that is very important, that it will not be mentioned today, but I just highlight that, is the higher education sector. Higher education sector is an industry on its own. Today, in 10 years' time, the number of students in Cyprus, in the private sector and the public sector, total about 58,000. 10 years ago, it was 18,000. You understand what that means, having a vibrant, new knowledge creation community, that they need housing. Have you been to Nicosia, in the section of west side near University of Nicosia? The real estate, the economy, how it has been transformed just because of 2 universities in the region. So higher education is an industry sector on its own. The panel will discuss these things later. Now, allow me to share with you some of our challenges or weaknesses. We are a community here. We are friends, and we need to be honest with ourselves and be daring to acknowledge what areas of improvement do we need and what you should be demanding, not just begging, demanding the government to address. One key weakness is the education reform. It's too slow. Why education reform is important for you? Because our talent pool is misaligned. For example, in the technology sector, we have a shortage of about 4,000 IT professionals today. 4,000 IT professionals. That means the families, the society, the Ministry of Education is not pushing our youngsters to serve the sector of IT, of information technology and sciences. If you see our average in Europe on ICT, the average workforce is about 3.9%. In Israel, in Finland, in Estonia, it's about 6%. In Cyprus, the average workforce is about 2.4%. So how can we address this skill gap? This is a radical reform that is needed, and it's not a job of the government only. It's also a societal challenge. We don't send our people to study science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And the same challenge exists more or less in Greece, probably not to the extent that it is in Cyprus. Unless we fix this problem, we cannot grow our technology aspirations that I described before. Now, is technology for everyone? No. But no matter what you study, digital literacy and technology literacy in the profession of a chartered accountant, in the profession of lawyer, is still important. So digital literacy is not just for the digital professional. Digital literacy should be part of the education starting from the elementary school and high school and university for every profession. The profession of the legal profession is changing. The chartered accountant, the accounting profession is changing dramatically. Unless you have the capability to be agile and adjust and adopt the new technologies, you cannot serve this industry. So everything is boiled down to the intellectual capital, how sharp, how agile, and how aligned it is. I think that this is the biggest challenge that we have to address. And honestly, sometimes when I do speeches in audiences like this one, I pass the message of STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, but it's not good enough. Another key challenge we have is we need to understand the future workforce. What type of professionals, what type of competencies, not skills, competencies, attributes, the new professionals need to excel. If we want to be a services company, it's not just good enough to have enough lawyers and enough accountants and enough IT professionals. These professionals, they need to be creative. They need to be adaptive. They need to be, and we don't teach this. We don't encourage our youngsters to that. So STEM is one side. There is another acronym that you will hear it for the first time because I invented this. It's called HECI, H-E-C-I. And you need to balance HECI and STEM. I know, you're wondering, what is HECI? What the heck is that? HECI is humanity. ethics, creativity, innovation. In every profession, in every business community, if you don't have the heki, no matter how good STEM you have or what other you have, you cannot excel. We live in a very competitive workplace. We need, in an international and globalized world where the fight for talent is not at the university degree level. The fight for talent is at the level of the heki. How humane you are, your business values, your ethics, your ability to be agile, creative, innovative. You might say, but a minister on technology and research, why is he mentioning that? Trust me, after 35 years career, and I've been leading teams throughout my career and hired thousands of people, I came to the conclusion that by just being a good technologist, it's not good enough. You need to be able to understand humanity, to have values, to be able to inspire, to have leadership, and be daring to challenge those that are challenging you when you believe on that. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koikinos. You've almost convinced me to move back to Cyprus after 11 years, so I think I'll try to avoid you for the rest of the day. So now on to our first panel of the day for a discussion on the relocation of a business to Cyprus, focusing on updates based on the government's action plan for 2022. So the panelists are Philippos Raptopoulos, who is head of tax and legal services at EY Cyprus, Natalie Petridis, who is a partner at Kinanis LLC, Giorgos Avramidis, who is a partner at Pelagias Christodoulou Vrachas LLC, and Esme Pallas, who is a partner at Michael Kyprianou & Co. LLC. And the moderator will be my co-presenter, Dimitra Konstantinou, who is a partner at Kinanis LLC.
Good morning. Excellent Minister. Savas, a big thank you for inviting us once more to this event and getting closer to our Cypriot friends. The Minister made a perfect introductory speech, which is giving the reason why I will talk now about tax. Because from 1992, Cyprus was primarily driven by tax initiatives, zero or low tax. So the various regimes that we had were giving a number of advantages, and we had seen many companies coming to Cyprus. But as the Minister said, that was the bottom-up approach. Now the tax environment, the global environment is changing, and the government needs to step in. Tax on its own is not enough to attract people in Cyprus. So now we have the top-up approach, what the Minister described earlier. So we see many incentives, technology improvements, initiatives by the government towards a new era. So this new combination will drive Cyprus, but tax will still remain the front runner for Cyprus, because Cyprus has unique, distinct characteristics that will help all of us and all of the international investors to maintain their presence in Cyprus and even enhance it. Over the last 2 months, due to the war, we have all noticed that a number of 5,000 business people, employees in IT companies, in think tank companies have come to Cyprus. As EY, we have assisted in the range of 800 individuals relocating to Cyprus. All these fintech companies are bringing their people from the ex-CIS countries to Cyprus. So the top-up approach of the government is continuing, but the tax will remain there. Why? Because there are 10 specific characteristics, unique characteristics for Cyprus, which we have to observe and protect, because we'll need to differentiate from the others, not only in terms of good weather and good location, but we need to differentiate in important elements that matter at the profit of every enterprise or the salary of every individual. So first of all, Cyprus has, we all know, I'm not going to make the technical tax analysis, I will just pinpoint the 10 key elements that we have to protect as Cyprus and will drive us for the next 10 years. So the rate, 12.5. Although we all listen that there are initiatives and there will be a 15% threshold for global minimum tax rate that applies to multinationals with over 750 million turnover. So nothing stops Cyprus for maintaining the 12.5. I understand there are discussions between the government and the stakeholders, but keeping that low rate will not affect the majority of the business in Cyprus. We will, of course, have to increase the rate at 15% for those huge multinationals as per the global guidelines. So maintaining the rate is one big advantage. We have the national interest deduction regime. Also, it's a very attractive regime. Effectively, anybody who does business in Cyprus can inject the capital into his company, can get a 5% national interest without paying it. So your taxable income is reduced with 5% interest on your capital without being taxed. So effectively, we can see that financing companies are paying corporate tax in the range of 2.5%. That's a regime that is around in Europe for 2-3 years. It's approved by the EU Code of Conduct and exists in another 2-3 countries. We have the IP regime. Our IP regime is also aligned with the EU directives, also leads to 2.5% tax. Our IP regime is also very well connected with the nexus approach. It means that your income is taxed at 2.5 as long as you have functions, you have people in Cyprus. So if you just have a shell company doing IP business, you will not get the benefit of 2.5%. But if all your IP work is performed from Cyprus, then 100% of your business will be taxed at 2.5%. Another unique characteristic that helps Cyprus is forex neutrality. We all know, and the majority of you are affected by forex movements. These forex are disregarded. These forex movements are disregarded for tax purposes in Cyprus. So you don't have to pay tax on unrealized profits or even realized profits or unrealized losses or realized losses on forex. So this neutrality gives a simplicity to the tax system and taxes real business profits. One of the biggest advantages that we always had and we are preserving is the exception in the gain of shares. So trading in shares, buying and selling shares in stock markets, listed or not, is exempted from taxation. That's the key milestone for a holding jurisdiction. That's also there, and the intention of the government and all the stakeholders is to maintain it. Last but not least, as the presentation of the minister said, 66 tax treaties it's very important to maintain and enhance this list. Currently, the ministry has opened discussions and negotiations with countries. More than 15 countries expected to be added in the next 2-3 years. So these corporate advantages, which exist for many years, we have to preserve them, and by preserving them, we will maintain the competitiveness in Cyprus. There is nothing illegal in what advantage we are offering. They are all approved by EU Code of Conduct, and we should keep them at any cost. Now, offering advantages to companies is not enough. We have to look at the individual, and a very correct and professional approach, I would say, from the government over the last 3 years are incentives given to individuals, because the era of setting up shell companies without people in Cyprus has gone. So now people should come there and staff the companies. So the Cyprus government has introduced a legislation, the so-called non-dom regime. So people who are not born by a Cypriot father, they can redomicile in Cyprus, and their dividends will be fully exempt from tax. So ideally, we see today business people, entrepreneurs coming from third countries or EU countries, setting up business in Cyprus, getting possibly the beneficial tax rate of 2.5%, and then out of their profits, they don't pay dividend tax. So imagine a legitimate and an EU-approved country whereby you pay only 2.5% tax. All income disclosed, open books, 2.5% tax. I don't think you can find this anywhere in the world, and fully legitimate. Also, we have this non-dom regime applies to needs a residency in Cyprus only for 60 days. So it's very attractive. Just to spend 60 days in Cyprus, and you can secure the non-residency provided you are not resident in another country. We have seen thousands of people benefiting of this regime, not only third country nationals, but as well EU people. Many people who are at the age of retirement, they are selling their stakes at various companies, CEOs, etc., and they are coming to Cyprus for the last year of their employment. Also, not only the government is looking to support the shareholders who collect dividend, but also the employees. So there is a legislation that any employment income above 100,000 is taxed with half the tax rate, the so-called 50% exception. So we want to attract the founders of the companies, the shareholders, but also the employees. So the highly paid skill power who comes to Cyprus is also getting a benefit. But these people, because they operate in a multinational environment, as we see, they have to be in Cyprus only for 60 days. So where are the other days? 1 month in US, 2 months in London, 2 months in Moscow, etc., and other European countries. So there is another one rule who helps these people travel around, and this income, this salaried income, employment income earned from abroad is also exempt. So if you are abroad for more than 90 days, working in subsidiaries or associated companies of your multinational group, outside of Cyprus, 100% of this income is exempt. So the Cyprus legislation helps the shareholders, the employees, either working in Cyprus with the 50% or either for their employment abroad for the 90 days. So just to repeat myself, 10 key characteristics for companies and individuals which will help Cyprus to continue be at the center of the international business. Thank you very much.
Good morning from me as well. my topic today will be under the umbrella of what Mr. Kokkinos has mentioned, creating an ecosystem in Cyprus within technology, create a hub, bring people who will enlighten our lawyer accounting world. Let's bring these new people in Cyprus and teach our children not to be lawyers and accountants. Let's give them a bigger picture in life. So, first of all, let's identify who are, before we go into the logistics of what the digital nomad visa is about. Who are our potential candidates? Who are these people who we want so much to bring in Cyprus? Who are they? Is it this lady? She definitely qualifies for the nomad part, but she's standing outside a Mongolian yurta. Is she the person we want? She is a third country national, because this scheme is particularly targeted to third country nationals. She's a lovely person, would love to visit Mongolia, but she's not our potential candidate. Why? Because the first criterion that needs to be met for a successful digital nomad visa is to be in a position to offer their services through electronic digital world. It's within the scope of creating this digital world in Cyprus. What about this guy? Do you see him sitting on the grass in Cyprus, doing his work remotely? Possibly yes, though the background is a little bit too green for Cypriot summer, but he's good enough. How about this guy? Yes, more Cypriot background. So, this is the profile we want, the laptop to come and work from Cyprus. I emphasize the word from. Why? Because the digital nomad visa is a residence visa. It is not a work visa. That's why they offer their services from Cyprus. And we go to the second criterion to mention what? The initial cap our government has created is to give these visas out to 500 people. We spoke with the Migration Department before coming to this presentation, and so far 40 applications have been filed only. So the opportunity is there. As Mr. Kokkinos has said, let's go out to our clients and tell them this is an opportunity, a new product. As my colleague Mr. Zaratopoulos has said, tax is a huge indication, but that Cyprus has so much more to offer. So it's a residence permit, not a work permit, and as we said, to offer services from Cyprus. What financially? We go to the second criterion. What do they need to show to qualify? They need to be in a position to show a net after tax, social insurance, a net monthly income of 3,500 per month, which is increased respectively if they're followed by a spouse for 20% or a cohabiting. Not everybody needs to get married nowadays, thank God. And for each child, 15%. What else? This is something I really like, this one here. Because we give these people a leeway. We tell them, okay, you need to show this income. How do you show this income? Surely you need to bring a bank statement for the last 6 months showing this income coming in every month. But we also say provide evidence of payment and the bank statement. So what does this evidence of payment look like? Until the water starts flowing and it's a worked product and we all know what on earth that evidence of payment is, we say, okay, if you can't provide it, we still want you to come to Cyprus, and you will make a responsible declaration saying, it's not an affidavit, it's not a court affidavit that it's a criminal offense if you say something wrong, but it's a responsible declaration that says, I have the requested monthly net income required by this scheme. So please have it in mind that, let's not grab them by the throat that they only have a bank statement. What else? They the ecosystem we want to create for these people, as I mentioned, is that their work is abroad. They can come within two brackets, either in an employed status and their employer is abroad. The employer comes and says that they can offer their services distant, electronically. They offer an employment contract with the employer abroad. Everything is a connection abroad. Or if they are self-employed, you have the engagement letters, the engagement of works, you have something to show that all your clients are abroad. And why is this logic around? Because we want them to come, create the ecosystem, educate us about their new frame of mind, but we want to keep the local market, the local clients, for the EU citizens, for the Cypriots. We need to draw a line somewhere. And one of the declarations we need them to give is that they will not offer services to Cypriot businesses. It's a fair red line we draw. So, we bring them, we tell them have all your business contacts abroad. You can bring your spouses and children to follow you. So what do they get to benefit other than all the good things that Cyprus has to offer? On a personal level, if they spend one or more periods in one calendar year in Cyprus, they can be considered tax residents of Cyprus and have all the tax benefits of a Cypriot tax resident individual. What about the spouses? What do they get to do in Cyprus other than going to the beach and picking up children from school? Can they work? No. It's another limitation we put. Whereas, as my colleague George will mention, spouses of people who have work permits in Cyprus, they can enter the workforce. For the spouses of the digital nomad, not yet. Maybe a new change will come, we don't know. But for now, no. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
I'd like now to ask Mr. Yorgos Abrahamidis, who will be presenting Cyprus as a destination for headquartering, establishment, and relocation.
So my presentation will focus on why Cyprus has become an ideal option for foreign companies to relocate in Cyprus, and I will also explain why what does the government has done in order to assist these companies and especially their third country employees in obtaining work permits in Cyprus through the registration of foreign companies. So generally, Cyprus has been experiencing consistent growth in several sectors: finance, tourism, leisure, services, and it has become a choice for many foreign companies who wish to relocate in Cyprus and bring their headquarters in Cyprus. As it has been mentioned by my fellow speakers and the Deputy Minister before, the reasons are obvious. It's the location, access to the Middle East, the advanced infrastructure, the business environment, education of the people, and of course the tax. I won't go through the details as Mr. Raptopoulos has been explaining extensively all the benefits of Cyprus tax. I'll just say that, of course, for these kind of companies, especially the big ones, it's one of the most important things to consider. And the Cyprus tax regime, together with the personal incentives, it's indeed very attractive as compared to other countries. So given all these facts, it's only normal that many companies will decide to relocate in Cyprus. Up to date, we have a lot of companies, big names, international companies, European companies, tech companies, who have already been relocated in Cyprus because of the reasons we've mentioned before. So what does the government has done to assist these companies? Before the strategy of the government was mentioned, this new strategy, it was announced 6 months ago to attract businesses from abroad to come to Cyprus, and a lot of new policies have been introduced, and some of the existing policies have been amended or improved in order to make Cyprus even more attractive. So in terms of the employment of the companies for foreign companies, one of the main introductions of the new strategy of the government is the creation of the business facilitation unit. So this is a single point for all foreign companies to address any requests and assist these companies when they want to come to Cyprus with a lot of matters. One of the main changes is the registration of a foreign company. So what's a foreign company? It's a company that has the majority of their shareholder is a third country national. So if the majority of a company is a third country national, it can be registered as a foreign company. Other types of foreign companies can be considered shipping companies, pharmaceutical companies, Cyprus high-tech and innovation companies, as well as public companies which are registered in the stock exchange. So what happens if you register your company as a foreign company? You automatically qualify for the registration of your third country employees, because that's something very important for these companies before they decide to come to Cyprus. It's how are they going to bring their third country employees. And as we all know, in Cyprus, there's always priority to EU or Cypriot nationals for employment. So when a foreign company is registered through the business facilitation unit, it can apply to obtain work permits in a very short period, 2 or 3 months, for the third country employees, as well as their families. So the criteria are very simple, have been simplified compared to the previous policy. There must be a minimum gross salary of 2,500, university diploma, and an employment contract, and basically that's it. There's a limitation of 50% of the company to be third country national, but that's examined in a period of 5 years, and it's a pretty flexible restriction. So lastly but not least is the family reunification. When a foreign employee is registered in Cyprus to work for a foreign company, he can bring over his spouse, his children, and his spouse has access to work in Cyprus as well. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. I would like you now to welcome Mrs. Esme Pallas, who will be presenting on non-business relocation and retirement in Cyprus.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you all for being here today, and it is an honor and a privilege to be amongst the leading players in the industry. As my esteemed colleagues have covered in detail the aspect of business relocation, I have been asked today to speak a little bit about non-business relocation and retirement in Cyprus. Why Cyprus? Mr. Kokkinos and my colleagues have already covered the many reasons why one would want to move to Cyprus, many of which we have heard about today, and so I will not go into detail in that. So, why would a family wish to relocate to Cyprus, or somebody want to retire? And we're not just talking about coming to Cyprus for a little while, we're talking about a lifetime choice. This would be specifically applicable to those retiring with a pension, or families of which have a high net worth with an income coming from abroad. So what options are available to them? There are two options. The one is the Cyprus permanent residency, as what is commonly known as the fast track, okay? And the second option is the most regular route, which is the category F. Now, when it comes to the fast track, okay, what is known as the fast track, it applies to those who have an annual income of at least 30,000 remitted from abroad, which is increased by 5,000 for each dependent person, and 8,000 in the event that they wish to bring their parents or parents-in-laws. Okay, the important thing to note is that the investment amount needs to be a minimum of 300,000 plus VAT. Okay, and it can be in one or two residential units, but it has to be from the primary market. So it has to be purchased from a development company. It cannot be a resale. It takes about 2 to 6 months, realistically around 6 months, and it's valid for life. Once you get the PR under fast track, it's valid for life, and it would cover not only the main applicant, but their spouse, dependent children up to the age of 25, provided they are in full-time education, okay, as well as parents and parents-in-law, assuming you wish to bring them to the island. There are no residency requirements, but one has to visit Cyprus at least every 2 years. Now, the second option, okay, which applies to those wishing to relocate but don't have a specific budget and may not wish to purchase initially, would be category F, which is the most regular route. The applicant must own or rent a property of any value in Cyprus. Now, in this case, owning is considered a considerable advantage and weighs favorably in one's application, but is not absolutely essential. And also here, we must note that there is no minimum investment amount or a specific amount specified in the legislation. And if someone wants to rental, there is no minimum amount of rental one has to pay. In this case, one can purchase from the secondary market, so it's possible for those who wish to buy a resale property to go under this option, whereas that's not possible in the fast track. The time to be a PR is supposed to take 12 to 18 months, but again, realistically speaking, from our experience, it's actually taking longer. Once it's approved, it's valid for life, although children can only have it up to the age of 18. Once they turn 18, they would need to apply in their own right, provided, of course, they fulfill the criteria. Another important note here is that there is no specified annual income one has to show. It is important that the applicants must have fully and freely at the disposal a regular and annual income emanating from external sources from abroad, to provide the applicants with a decent living in Cyprus without having, of course, to engage in any form of profession or trade. So again, there is no minimum income one has to show. It would cover the main applicant and the spouse and any children up to the age of 18. Unfortunately, not above the age of 18. Again, no residency requirements, and it's important one needs to enter the island within a year after approved and has to visit at least every 2 years. Now, another important point is that in this case, each case is examined on its own merits, and a very high level of discretion is exercised by the Migration Department when approving the application. A quick comparison of the two, if there's something to take away, is that in the regular route, category 5F, one can purchase property from the secondary market, okay? As opposed to the fast track where it has to be a newly built property from a development company from the primary market. It could be even 2 properties, but again have to be from the primary market. There is also no minimum value in category F of the properties that have to be bought, whereas in the fast track, if one wants to get the residency in a faster way, there is a minimum investment amount of 300,000 plus VAT that has to be paid. Again, children in the regular route may benefit up to the age of 18. After that, they lose their PR, whereas and this is quite important for those who wish to bring their families over to Cyprus, adult and financially dependent children from up to the age of 25 can benefit, and they would actually maintain their residency for life, even after they finish their education. Again, in the regular route of category 5F, the parents or the investors of the parents or parents-in-law of the investor cannot benefit, whereas in the fast track, that is a possibility. So literally the whole family could relocate, if the applicant wants to do that, of course. Now, 5F is taking at least 18 months, and actually at the moment is taking longer, whereas under the fast track, within 2 to 6 months, our clients get their approval. And last but not least, in the regular route, there is no minimum income specified in the regulations, although we do say that the closer they are to the 30,000 requirements of the fast track, the higher the chances of success of their application. In the fast track, there is a minimum income of 30,000 plus 5 that has to be shown. Whilst the applications are under consideration by the authorities, one cannot remain in Cyprus for more than 90 days. So we would advise them to apply for a temporary residency permit, commonly known as a pink slip. It's valid for a year. It can be renewed on an annual basis, and family members, the spouse and the children could get temporary residency as dependents. The requirements is that, of course, one cannot stay in Cyprus for over 3 months, as their application would be cancelled. Again, no right to work in Cyprus, which of course is a very important point to note for both the previous categories we have referred to. And again, adequate income from abroad, enough to cover the living expenses whilst in Cyprus, are important, and proof of either a purchase of a property or a rental agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esme, for the very informative presentation, I have to say. I have a few questions for you. I will not bother you with a lot, okay? I have just one question for each one of you, and I want you to be precise. So, to Mr. Raptopoulos, the first question. Cyprus will proceed with a tax reform next year, including the increase of corporate income tax and the introduction of green taxation with a view to achieving its environmental targets, Finance Minister Konstantinos Petridis has said. How such a tax reform, in your view, will affect the tax benefits previously presented by you?
Thank you. Can you ask the minister? Okay. The tax reform will not affect the majority of the benefits we said before. The only element that may be affected is the 12.5% to increase to 15. But as I said before, this is compulsory only for the big companies. So it depends on the government appetite to maintain the 12.5%. The rest of the aspects which are already under discussion by the ministry and the professional bodies and the stakeholders in Cyprus, including green taxation, do not affect the tax regime. I would say it's a tax adjustment to our regime. It will be improving and aligning our tax system with the green taxation, so we'll see some shifting of taxes, imposing some green taxation, which is essential for environmental reasons, and seeing possibly some improvement on personal taxation for Cypriots. So it will not be a tax reform or a tax increase, it will be just refining and retuning of our tax regime to make it even more competitive, simultaneously being aligned with all the global changes, and in particular the green agenda. Thank you.
Very good, thank you very much. What I would like to underline here, Mr. Artopoulos, is that it is not obligatory to increase the corporate taxation to 15%, but it is good to repeat the number of income, which is 750 million.
Multinationals with turnover over 750 millions. Mm-hmm. I understand possibly in Cyprus today we have 15 or 20 such corporations, so the impact will not be...
So immaterial,
and,
yes.
And we have to do it because if we don't do it in Cyprus, this differential will be taxed in the other jurisdictions. So it's a no-brainer for us to do it for these corporations. So we don't help ourselves. But
totally agree.
But we should holistically see the whole picture for the other entities.
Very good, thank you very much. Now the next question goes to Natalie. Natalie, what if a holder of a digital nomad visa, after 2 years of living and working from Cyprus, he decides to offer his services to businesses in Cyprus? Would that be possible?
Unfortunately not. Because though the option is given, the digital nomad visa is issued for 1 year, and there's the availability to renew it for another 2 years. So the total span of the visa as of today is a total of 3 years. During those 3 years, the limitation exists not to offer any services to Cypriot businesses, or not just in Cyprus generally. We need to keep it totally outside Cyprus.
Clear. Very good.
Thank you.
Now, Esme, are you ready for your question? What I would like to ask you is, from your experience, do British nationals choose Cyprus as the country of their retirement?
Actually, they do, and I would say that it forms a large part of our clientele. And not just because of the low taxation on the pensions. I think they find that Cyprus is a very easy place for them to live in, and they feel comfortable. They actually feel very at home.
Safe.
It's the language, it's the people, it's the safety.
The sun now,
yes,
and the blue flag beaches
there are lots
that
of reasons
the
why.
Swedish guys told me the other day.
Yes, so I think that despite the unfortunate circumstances and everything that's happening around the world, we still are seeing a huge amount of people coming to Cyprus to retire, which is it's actually a good thing for us, of course.
Very good, yes. And now, our last question goes to Yorgos. Yorgos, I understand that a new policy has been introduced in relation to the registration of foreign companies, as well as the employment of third country nationals in Cyprus. What are the main and most important changes compared to the previous policy we had?
As I mentioned before, the new strategy has either introduced new policies or amended existing ones. So,
which are preferential, as you mentioned. Yes,
yeah,
the new ones.
Yeah. So, in terms of employment of third country nationals of a foreign company, everything has been simplified because before it was a bit more complex, especially in the categories of the employees, different salaries, limitation on the number of persons you could employ in these companies. And of course, one important change for the registration of foreign companies is the abolishment of the requirement to invest a capital of 200,000 euros in
Which
such
is a very
companies.
important criteria.
This criteria has only been limited to foreign companies which have a foreign participation of less than 50%. So everything is now more simple and easy, and we hope that this will attract even more companies in Cyprus.
Very good. So simpler policy. So we hope to have more businesses in Cyprus. That was all from us. Thank you very much. Now, we are on to the second panel of the day, who will be presenting London as a global financial and investment center. And I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Panikos Loizidis, partner at Quest Property Consultants, Mr. Nick Kounoupias, CEO, founder of Kounoupias IP, Mr. Andrew Sanderson, partner at Field Fisher LLP, and Mrs. Elena Sfongali, associate at Spector Constant & Williams Solicitors, my co-presenter for the day, who will be the moderator of panel 2. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Before we start, I have to report that the title of this panel does not accurately represent the discussion that is to follow. And I'll come back to this in a moment, but before I do, I'd just like to introduce you to our panelists in some more detail. So to my right, Mr. Panikos Loizidis. He is a partner and director at Quest Property Consultants. He's a chartered surveyor and a registered valuer with over 23 years of experience in the property industry. To his right is Mr. Andrew Sanderson, who's a partner at Field Fisher in London in their dispute resolution department. He's a solicitor advocate with higher rights of audience and has experience in the transport sector, including international trade disputes and road transport matters, amongst the wide spectrum of general commercial disputes, of course. And to his right is Mr. Nick Kounoupias, who is the CEO and founder of Kounoupias IP, and as of recently a consultant at Spector Constant & Williams. He's also a solicitor specializing in intellectual property, although his practice is not limited to the provision of legal services in that field, and guided by his more than 35 years of experience in the field, it extends to commercial, practical, and policy aspects of the sector. So, due to some last-minute changes, there's been a slight digression from the originally anticipated topic, which will still be covered, but it won't be limited to that. And you see, this is what obviously happens when you have 3 lawyers on board. We inadvertently try to sabotage each other through any means possible. It's just part of our nature, even though 2 of us are actually working together somewhat. Anyway, and it is in fact the non-lawyer who is sticking to his topic, so why don't we kick off with Mr. Panikos? Please tell us about the UK property market, investment opportunities, and the current climate.
Okay, good morning, everyone. In the limited time we have today, we'll talk about the different types of property investment, give you a commercial market overview, see what happened with the residential sector, and finally have an overview of the UK economy. I will start with the very basic and cover investment 101. So what is an investment? An investment is an asset or item that is purchased with the hope that it will generate income or appreciate in value. What is property investment? According to the RICS definitions, our governing body, a property investment is land or a building or part of a building or both held by the owner to earn rentals or for capital appreciation or both. Okay, so I'll cover the different types of investment because property investment is not just a typical London flat that many people invest in. Residential investors may be interested in houses or flats in prime locations or suburban or even in the regions, in new build or conversions. They may invest in HMOs, which is houses in multiple occupation, or student accommodation, which is a specific sector getting more popular nowadays. Residential investment in London averages about 4% yield or below, but there is more scope for capital appreciation. Commercial investments may include retail premises, mixed use, shops and upper parts, offices, hotels, or shopping centers. Industrial, both distribution or multi-let parks have been very popular lately, and prime yields are very low at an average of 3.25%. Ground rent investments is a very specific sector, and typically only specialist investors look into them. They are considered to be the most secure type of investment, with freeholders actually hoping that the tenant will default. Ground rent investments may be commercial or residential block of flats, whether a two-flat conversion or a block of 20, 30 units. They may be at fixed ground rents, rising ground rents, or linked to RPI. Investors will also look into the reversion. Therefore, the shorter the lease, the more attractive they are. Ground rent investors may be jittery at the moment, as the government has announced a new reform back in January 21, and there is a lot of uncertainty coming with it. They still sell at yields way below the 4%, depending on the reversion. Other type of investments may include agricultural farms or land generating renewable energy or mobile phone base stations. I know there is a presentation later on renewable energy, so I'm not going to elaborate any further. Farms, for instance, they are subsidized by the government at the moment, and there is some attractiveness with them. Mobile phone stations, they do have some challenges, or there has been challenges in the last 10, 15 years when more and more operators were merging sites and there was less demand for them. On the commercial property, this is a table of the average prime yields in various sectors. In this instance, I've used the March 19, March 20, March 21, and March 22 to see how yields have been fluctuating. I have also included the the February 22, just to show the monthly change for the last period, which actually only the retail sector has changed slightly, dropping by 0.25%.
The office investment market has been relatively unchanged overall, but following the return of the workforce to the office, average yields have been compressed by further 0.25% in the last year. They average for West End offices at about 3.25, city offices at about 3.75, and provincial offices at about 4.75. The high street retail, which has been in general suffering throughout the pandemic, has now started to recover, but sentiment remains weak. The appetite for shopping centers remain unchanged, with yields remaining at about 7.5%. On the contrary, retail warehouses and food stores remain very popular, and yields have been coming down. The orange and dark blue graphs, and food stores, the bottom, which is at 4.25%. Industrial distributions and multi-let industrial parks remain the favorite sector for investors, with yields for both types now at the same level, and yields continue their downwards curve to 3.25 as of March 22. The residential market remains strong, with house prices in London continued to rise. Suburban areas have in fact a higher increase than most central London locations. The average price in London is now at an all-time high of nearly £540,000, representing an increase of 8.1% compared to February 21. The average price in England is at 295,888, which represents an even higher increase of 10.7% compared to 12 months prior. The volume of transactions has been reduced in December 21 to less than 34,000 transactions compared to 85 12 months prior. This is due to the stamp duty holiday, which was available until June 21, and general shortage of stock on the market. Overall, rents in Greater London have increased by 12.6% in the 12 months from December 20. So let's see what's happening in the UK economy. This month, Bank of England increased its rate to 1% as anticipated by many. We have so far seen increases of 0.9% since we were at the all-time low of 0.1% in March 20. There are predictions for further increases to possibly 1.75% in the next 5 years, but this rate is nowhere near the rates we had before 2008. This graph may be a bit deceiving, actually, because there is a big gap from March 09 to August 16, where for like 7 years it remained at very, very low rates at 0.5%. Let's talk about inflation. Bank of England seem to have been very wrong with their forecast on inflation. As we see, back in September 21, they were predicting a 4% inflation rate. In November, 2 months later, they've increased their forecast to 5%. A month later to 6%. In February 22, it was around 7.25%. And this month, they're forecasting a 10% inflation rate. Pay growth will rise to 5.75%, which is much higher than anticipated, and unemployment will drop this year before rising to 5.5% by 2025. Inflation will affect everybody's life, with households facing 1.75% drop in their disposable income. The overall UK economy will continue to be stagnant, with even some slight depression later this year. In these graphs, we see the average mortgage rate and how it increased from an average of 3.61% in April 21 to just shy of 4% in March 22. Mortgage approval still unchanged at nearly £71,000 per month. They remain above the 12-month pre-pandemic average of 66,700. Approvals for remortgaging is slightly below the pre-pandemic level at 48,800. As we can see, banks are still approving mortgages, and there is still no shortage of liquidity at the moment. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Beniko. I'm conscious of time, but because the topics are so diverse, I would like to ask you one or two questions now, please, before moving on to the next one, just very quickly. Given everything that's going on in the world, meaning COVID, wars, inter alia, what is your opinion on the best sector for someone to invest at the moment in light of those uncertainties?
It much depends on the investment strategy of the investor. As long as they have a defined strategy and know what they're doing, that is the most important thing. We've seen over big investors like, let's say, Lazar Investments, where I happened to have worked many years ago. They are focused on one type of investment, and that is central London offices. The local shopping grid, let's say, it was a PLC company which was focusing on convenience stores. That is their sectors, and if they know what they're doing well, then they would be safe.
Thank you, and that brings me on to my next question, actually. From your experience, have you managed to identify any other regions in the UK that may seem attractive right now?
Actually, the UK property investment is not just London. There are other very strong sectors where people, regions where they can invest. A very popular region now is what they call the Arc, which is between Cambridge and Oxford, the two major universities, and which is now a very hot spot for life sciences, lots of employment, lots of development, and lots of people workforce in the area, which increase the property prices. Other areas, which is actually my personal favorite, is the area of Bristol. Since I have been investing in Bristol since 2010 personally, and there was always very much higher growth over there. Yields are much higher than London, where, let's say, a flat in London is going to be below 4%. In Bristol, flats were returning 5.5% and 6%.
Thank you, Beniko. That's really helpful. Andrew, if I may now invite you to talk to us about the challenges and opportunities in the London, UK legal market in 2022 and beyond.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Sanderson. I'm a partner with Phil Fisher. We're an international law firm headquartered here in London, but have offices throughout Europe and China and the US as well. The reason for me being here today is we do a lot of work with UK companies working out in Cyprus and vice versa. We have a lot of clients based out in Cyprus and spend a lot of time out there looking after their interests both there and here in the UK. So in terms of what I'm going to look at, it's about the challenges in the UK straight London market, legal market, and how we're supporting companies from all around the world, but of course today with a focus on Cyprus. When I was planning this presentation, I tried not to mention the Brexit word. I am going to fail because it is obviously there on the horizon, and we are going through this process, and it's something that concerns our clients, has done in the last few years and certainly will do going forward. A lot of the support that we're providing is in four main areas really: energy and natural resources, financial services, life sciences and technology. We're seeing clients coming to us looking for support in these areas, looking for both the legal support, but more importantly, helping them get investment in place, helping them with regulation, and making sure we're supporting their business. That's just a quick slide in terms of who Phil Fisher are. where we're based, the number of lawyers, nobody needs to know the number of lawyers, but we've got about 700 lawyers across the globe. More importantly, with another 1,000 support staff in relation to that. So London as a legal market has been strong for a number of years. Me being a disputes lawyer, my focus is in terms of clients coming to the UK from all around the world and coming to London to litigate. A lot of whom have interests and or are based out in Cyprus, although they may come from different parts of the world and have decided to base their businesses there for a number of reasons. Our concern and that of our clients and contacts when Brexit happened, see, I said I was going to mention Brexit, and I have already. When Brexit happened was, would it still be possible for them to come to London in an efficient way and conduct litigation here or conduct commercial transactions here? The answer to that is I think we're still waiting to see what impact there is going to be. There hasn't been as big an impact as we initially thought, but that might have had something to do with the pandemic that we've had. From a positive point of view, within London we still have the support services for clients in terms of supporting their businesses, not just the legal support, but the other experts in terms of accountants, in terms of financing, in terms of the markets here, which I think gives clients a degree of protection and also a degree of reassurance that as much as possible it is business as usual. The reason I say that we haven't seen too much of an impact is that companies are still coming to the UK to do business and also coming here to resolve disputes, international disputes, because of the strong arbitration court setup we have here. I should say that we act with local partners if they're from Cyprus, in terms of supporting the clients on these. So it's very much an international setup. I suppose the example of the types of work that we are engaged with clients, focusing on the Cyprus market is very diverse. As I mentioned, I'm a litigator, so we spend a lot of time with clients from the region, supporting them here in London if they've got ongoing arbitration proceedings, which range from energy disputes, oil and gas, financial disputes, construction projects, etc., not just based in Cyprus, but based all around the world. And they choose to come to London to litigate those or to arbitrate those, primarily because I say we've got the support services here, but also the time zone's an advantage. And I'd like to think London's still seen as a good place to conduct litigation. But outside of that, on the positive side, because nobody wants to talk about litigation, we are looking after a lot of clients in terms of investments, in terms of listings on markets, on the AIM market especially. We've seen an increase over the last 18 months. Advising global technology companies who are now looking at funding from the UK and from the London markets, and this is something we've been supporting on and helping with. So I think to go back to my original question, is London from a legal point of view still a good place to do business, and how do I see it going forward? It is, yes. There are going to be some challenges, unfortunately, due to us voting for Brexit. When I say us, I don't mean me. But I think it is a positive outlook for clients. The clients are saying to us they're still interested in doing business here. They still see the support here. We have a very who focus on work in Cyprus. We, as I say, we have a large number of clients based out there and spend a considerable amount of time between the UK and Cyprus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrew. That's really helpful. So I think Brexit has affected our business both in the legal sense and the commercial sense. And I'd like to ask you about that, please. So first, in the commercial sense, we are a business, we need to find clients, we need to work with clients to survive and be profitable. So I was wondering whether you and Phil Fisher have seen any changes in client activity since Brexit, and if so, what type of changes? And then the legal aspect of the question is how Brexit has affected the enforcement and perhaps commencing of disputes in the UK, because after the transitional stage in particular, we've had the Hague Convention kicking, whom no one really understands what it's trying to say. And I was wondering what your experience was with that, because when I attended a conference at Wilberforce Chambers, there were two QCs there, and neither of them could really tell us whether you can or can't commence proceedings, or if you can, if they can be enforced eventually.
In terms of have we seen much of a change since Brexit and in terms of client activity, I think client activity has changed. There is a much more of a focus in terms of supporting them on regulation within the UK, although there hasn't been a massive change as of yet. I know there's going to be a speech, the Queen's speech today, in terms of what's going to be coming in, but there hasn't been a massive change yet. But I think the thing we have seen is where the UK and London was always seen as a relatively stable environment for business and the legal world, there has been the clients don't necessarily share that after Brexit, and I think that's one of the challenges that we've got to deal with, and hopefully reassuring the clients that, you know, we will support and make sure that whatever they need to do business in the UK, we will deal with. I think that's gone a long way to help. In terms of litigating in the UK, I'm not going to go against 2QC's opinions, because that would shorten my career. But most of the work that I deal with in terms of disputes is international arbitration. We have seen an increase in terms of the number of arbitrations that have been started here in London, which is, from our point of view, is positive. From the client's point of view, not so much. And a lot of our clients are based are from Eastern Europe and are now facing challenges with what's going on in the Ukraine, unfortunately. And there's been in terms of disputes related to that region, they've either been put on hold or alternatively delayed. But I suspect that will come back again. I think from my point of view, people are still coming here to commence proceedings. In the High Court, it's as you know, it's slightly different, and there are challenges in terms of enforcement and in terms of actually bringing proceedings. But I've not seen a downturn in work just yet. In fact, it's been the opposite. But thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, to be honest, our experience has been the same. I think the nature of the work may have changed slightly, but it's certainly on an upwards trend. So it'd be interesting to see what happens next. Thank you. Nick, if we may now hear from you on all matters relating to intellectual property, although I must say you're on strict time limits, about a minute and 50 seconds. I'm joking. Thanks, Nick.
Well, afternoon, everyone. I think it's afternoon now that we've started a bit late. And I listened with great interest this morning to the keynote speeches especially. And there were two themes that I picked up. And that's why I've sabotaged the talk, to actually talk about those two themes particularly. When Mr. Gokinos was speaking and when Mr. Raptopoulos was speaking, they both mentioned the importance of intellectual property. So I think it's important that we look at why it is important and how it can be harnessed for the benefit of Cyprus. And then Dimitra and Mr. Lazari talked about talent and the importance of harnessing talent. And again, that comes back to intellectual property. Because I believe that intellectual property is the golden thread that runs through all of these issues. And there is a sacred truth. I'm a solicitor, but we lawyers, we always like to try to claim ownership of everything. I've been involved in intellectual property for 36 years. That's all I've ever done. Don't ask me any question about any other area of law. But one thing I've learned is that intellectual property is not actually a legal issue. It's actually a business issue. Because every business that I've come across in those 36 years has some intellectual property. I've never come across a business with no intellectual property. Most of those businesses do not know that they have intellectual property. And even those businesses that do know they have intellectual property, so a big brand owner like Coca-Cola, for example, quite often they underestimate how much intellectual property they've got. If you identify and understand your intellectual property, you can do an awful lot with it. I want to talk about how we can use it for the benefit of Cyprus. And I've put up there what I believe is Canopus IP's vision for how IP can be harnessed in Cyprus. You can read it for yourself, but really it's to cultivate a culture of innovation and creativity, bringing scientists, entrepreneurs, creators and designers close together to enable innovation, commercialization of research and innovation, of creative output that will spur economic growth and prosperity on the island. This is exactly what the minister said, and I couldn't agree more with him. And it's very encouraging that we have a minister that understands these issues and is in a position to actually make some of these things happen. But, and there is always a but when you're talking about Cyprus, we cannot hope to achieve this without identifying, securing, managing and protecting the intellectual property that may be involved. And that's why I say that IP is the golden thread. Now, we're going to hear today a lot about physical property. What is this strange creature called intellectual property? Doesn't mean that it's something that's more intelligent. What it means is that it's the product of the mind. So things like films, books, software, inventions, brands, designs, things that come from your mind. That's what intellectual property is. And all countries around the world protect them to some degree. But to harness it for Cyprus's benefit, we need to do certain things, I think. And I think there are 5 things we need to do in Cyprus. We need to, first of all, increase awareness of IP and education in IP in Cyprus. Secondly, we need to foster a culture of respect for IP in Cyprus. Third, and this will be controversial, Cyprus should follow the European Union in its IP laws, not the UK, which obviously is no longer in the EU. Fourthly, we need to create joined-up thinking on IP in government. I think that is very important. And then finally, and very specifically, we need to think about how we go about protecting IP in Cyprus, because it's not properly understood, and quite often the wrong protection is sought. So businesses understand the value of IP. So for the lawyers here and the accountants that work in Cyprus, please try to explain to your clients how important intellectual property is. I'm not saying this to try and get work for myself. You can get work from it. But if they understand the value of their IP, the value of that business can increase exponentially. And you can use intellectual property strategic reviews to get to this, and you can get specialist advice. In the UK, the Intellectual Property Office here gives grants to enable advisors to advise people on their IP, because they see it's so important. Within the workforce, employers should be willing to increase innovation and creativity credentials within their staff. So they should employ people who have a forward-looking approach and try to employ people who have got a creative input. Theo Bafidis, who we all know from the Cypriot community, has recently launched the dyslexia initiative. He is saying that people with dyslexia offer more to the workplace than other people. That's astonishing, but that's his experience, because people with dyslexia think in a different way and they are more creative. Theo is dyslexic. Richard Branson is dyslexic. I've worked with many creative people over the years who are dyslexic. In my experience, they are more creative than a lot of other people. Universities, one thing that the minister said, which actually I do disagree with, in my experience, ministers, the public universities in Cyprus are focusing too much these days on academic excellence. They are brilliant in academic excellence, but they are, in my experience, and I can talk to you separately about it, being resistant to commercializing that academic research. They are a little bit slow, and it's holding us back in Cyprus. And I think we need changes if we are to properly exploit the situation. Police and customs need focused training on IP abuse. And on judiciary, you'll see I've said treat IP with respect, create specialist IP courts, sack the idiots. Who are the idiots? Well, I've brought many cases in Cyprus on IP in Cypriot courts. Unfortunately, the judiciary does not understand IP. So how are you going to encourage a UK, let's say, IP business to look after its IP in Cyprus when it knows it can't enforce it in Cyprus or protect it in Cyprus? It can't. And it's a thankless task. In many countries in the EU now, they have specialist IP courts and possibly, in some cases, specialist IP judges. England's a big place, but in England we have 6 specialist IP judges. In Denmark they have a specialist court for designs. In other countries they have specialist courts for patents or for copyright issues. If we're really serious in Cyprus, we should try to do something similar. I'm going to pass on this very quickly, but it's worth getting your intellectual property valued, because there are so many things you can do if you do get it valued. It enables you to raise finance based on IP as a security. You can value shares, get good sale price for a business, also get a license fee as a benchmark. IP strategic reviews, well, we all know what an audit is that accountants have. In the world of IP, you can also do an intellectual property audit to see what IP you've got, because until you know what IP you have, you can't value it. Right, this is, to me, very important. Here's a confession. When I was younger, I used to go to a record shop in Lefkosia, buy a blank audio cassette, go and find lots of vinyl albums I liked, go to the guy and say, can you tape these for me, please? And I'll buy the tape. And they used to do it. In Cyprus, there is still not yet, in my experience, respect for IP. And that's because there is no understanding yet in Cyprus of what IP really is. And I gave a talk last year in Bila, University of Central Lancashire. And I was talking about respect for IP, and yet 100 meters from where I was talking, there were lots of shops selling counterfeit fashion product. I mean, how can you respect IP when there is massive infringement going on almost next to you? I think there should be tougher sentences, and I think we should make examples in Cyprus of infringers, because only by doing that will people start to toe the line. Follow the EU, not the UK. Well, most of Cyprus's historic IP laws are based on UK IP laws, but in recent years they have evolved to take account of EU directives and regulations. But UK IP law is diverging from the EU. As we're today, it's the Queen's speech in Parliament. We are expecting 7 new bills to be introduced in the next parliamentary year, which will be taking the UK away from EU laws. One of them, and actually I'm quite pleased about this, is going to be softening the UK's approach to data protection laws. So we won't have the very heavy EU data protection laws. We'll go back to what we had about 5-6 years ago in the UK. But this is a sign that in the UK, we are moving away from EU IP laws and more towards the US. And Cyprus has to follow the EU and forget the UK. The UK is no longer part of the EU and is moving away. And things like in the music industry, we still have collecting societies in Cyprus, which are branches of the UK collecting societies. We don't need that. We could do our own thing in Cyprus. Joined up thinking. I think your appointment, Minister, was fantastic. I couldn't have been happier. My only worry, and it's nothing that you can deal with, is that it doesn't cover all areas of IP as far as I can understand. I know that it's research, innovation and digital policies, but I don't think it covers film or music or some of the trademark related issues. And of course that means that it sort of reflects the position with the IP box, which also doesn't cover film, music, designs, trademarks. But I think we should be more joined up. The UK is not perfect, but on IP it is much, much better than Cyprus. And I say that as an advisor to the UK government on IP. The UK has a very strong intellectual property office, 1,200 employees, and across all areas of government, intellectual property is joined up. I've been to conferences with different Cyprus ministers, and they each have a little bit of IP in their department or their ministry, but they are saying completely different things to each other, and that has to stop. 2 years ago, I had a meeting with the US IP czar. Donald Trump had an IP czar, so someone who had responsibility for IP across the whole of the US. And he was very effective. He was the guy that controlled the US's IP policy vis-a-vis China. This guy was incredibly effective, and that was for the whole of the US. It wouldn't be rocket science for us to have an IP czar in Cyprus who would sit alongside the minister and to ensure that in every department and every ministry, IP was taken seriously and was coordinated. Final thing I want to say is, do you really need that patent? Now, this is a bit esoteric for some people here, I think, but it's a good example of why Cyprus needs to understand IP better. You get a patent for an invention or a new process, and it lasts for 20 years. But obtaining a patent is very, very, very expensive. It takes a long time, and often you don't need it. 92% of all patents around the world are never commercially exploited. That is a fact. And yet, whenever I talk to a business in Cyprus, especially in the universities, they say to me, oh, we must go and get a patent. Well, I say, well, why do you need a patent? Well, everyone else is getting one. There's a perception that in order to be a successful academic in the sciences, you need to have patents in your name. Well, if your university's got the money to spend on it, great. But they are expensive. They don't usually get exploited, and they take a very long time to obtain. There are other ways to protect an invention using IP laws. But because there's a lack of understanding in Cyprus of different IP laws, everyone thinks a patent means IP, and they're not the same. Final thing is this. I used to work in the music industry in the UK for a long time, and one of the things that we did in the music industry was to ensure that copyright understanding and respect was introduced into the national curriculum. So 7-year-old kids were being taught about the importance of copyright at school. And that has filtered through. So now, 20 years later, there is a generation of creators, investors, entrepreneurs who understand IP here and are able to commercialize it and monetize it. We need something like that in Cyprus, because until we get that culture sorted, we're not going to be in a position to do all the fantastic work which I know we can do. We've got some of the best people I've ever come across in Cyprus, in the universities and elsewhere, but they are being held back by some of the infrastructure problems in Cyprus, and we need to change that. Sorry to preach. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for questions, so we'll have to reserve them for our networking outside. Thank you very much to all three of you. Really enjoyed that. So the third panel will be discussing real estate investment opportunities in Cyprus. And the panelists are, which I invite to come to the stage now, please. Mr. George Chrysochos, who is the CEO of Seifield Group of Companies. Mr. Raj Bra, who is the Business Development Manager at Corentina Homes. Mr. Kyriakos Charalambos, who's the COO at Domenica Group. Mr. Michalis Economidis, who is the founder and CEO at Chambersfield Economidis Kranos, and the moderator of this panel, who I'm
I have the pleasure to replace my colleague Nick Nicolaou, who was not able to come for personal reasons, but it's my honor to meet and be a moderator. Very hot business, very hot industry. So I pass to George. So George, what is happening?
Thank you, Savas, for organizing this wonderful event once again. It's always a great pleasure to be in London. So real estate, it's one of the primary industries of Cyprus, and that's for a good reason. And why everybody loves real estate? I'm sure that we are familiar with all these aspects. First of all, it's a brick and mortar investment, so everybody knows what it is. Everybody understands real estate. It's not crypto, it's not NFT, it's not anything complicated. You see it there, you can touch it, you can feel it. So that's why it's the primary choice for an investment. Usually it's the first investment everybody does. It's been a few years that has better yields than other competitive investments, such as government bonds, deposits, risky stocks. So it has been in an advantage for 15 years now. Negative interest rates, which now we see that this might change in the near future. In the European Union, not so much, but in the UK for sure, we've seen the data before by Banikos that the mortgage rates are still there, they are low, everybody gets a mortgage easy nowadays. It always follows the trends, it always follows the economic growth. It is the best defense against inflation. Real estate depends indirectly and directly on inflation. New real estate, new builds depend on material cost. Material cost again depend on inflation. So it's always a natural defense against inflation. That's why nowadays we see a very big interest in the real estate market globally as a means for protecting wealth. All right, so case in point, we've seen on the lower graph, we can see the Cyprus government bond yields from 5 to 30 years. Maximum that we have seen in the last few years is 2%, whereas the yields in the real estate on the upper side in Cyprus exceed 5%. Of course, this is much stronger than many European capitals. Comparing to London, which most of you are very familiar, we've seen rent to capital ratio, which is known as yield, of 2 and 3% on the residential market, where in Cyprus it's closer to 5%. So it is an attractive investment. It's not only sun and beach. We do have that a lot, but also it's a very good opportunity for investment in real estate in Cyprus. A big discussion about how is the market going, given the recent geopolitical and other changes that we've been having. Through this, we've been slapped quite a lot in the last 2 years. We have had COVID, we have had the abolition of the citizenship program, we have had the war, we have had the inflation on construction costs. But look at that graph, real estate is still strong, a very resilient market. Comparing to 2019, we've seen that the contracts deposited in the large registration department are about the same. So we have seen a strong recovery from COVID in 2020. And the best one, we have not been affected by the abolishment of the Cyprus investment program. So the property market is still strong, it's still there, and it's been as resilient as ever. So who is leading the pack? As usually the capital is leading the pack. Comparing to 2020, which was a bad year, a strange year as everybody knows, all cities have had a big increase. Comparing to 2019, which was a best year since 2008 in real estate in Cyprus, we've seen Nicosia going up by 41% on the contracts deposited compared to other cities which they have been affected by the citizenship program mostly, pointing to Paphos mostly and Limassol. However, we expect also a recovery in those cities as well. So these are the graphs showing the yields progress through time in the last 5 years in Cyprus. We have had an increase in the return on investment both because of the rents and also because of the capital appreciation. So as you can see, the graph lower, which shows the rents, have been increasing higher than the graph above, which shows the price. So the ratio of rent to price in Cyprus has been increasing in all cities. So, and this is something that many people in the industry can also acknowledge. Commercial properties. So this is usually has been overlooked in the last few years because usually recoveries in real estate and economies happen firstly with the residential sector because of the recovery of salaries and the employment in the middle class, and then of course companies grow, business grow. Great effort by Cyprus and the government and Invest Cyprus to bring foreign companies to headquarters in Cyprus, which of course we salute and we encourage. So commercial properties in the last 2 years have had a greater growth than residential properties actually. In the last few months, since the Ukrainian crisis started, the Ukrainian war, we have seen an increase, also an influx of Ukrainian and Russian companies, many of them already established in Cyprus, but increasing their and bringing in their employees from these two countries. So the commercial real estate is in huge demand. We are trying to get as many permits as possible, but it takes some time. We've also seen the government trying to relocate to better efficiency buildings, energy efficient buildings, higher quality, because everybody deserves to work in a nice environment, including the public servants. So we've seen a huge increase in demand for commercial real estate. So again, it's a very good opportunity for investment for institutional investors and individuals, but usually these are bigger tickets. So it's something we see institutional investors like funds, unions, mutual funds, pension funds, interested in the commercial real estate in Cyprus with yields of about 6%. So comparing to London yields, you understand this might be 3 times more and very, very resilient. Of course, the majority of these investments are in Nicosia, the government capital and the economic capital of Cyprus, the financial center of Cyprus. We've seen on the graph above, you can see the permits on commercial properties given, and Nicosia compared to the average in the rest of the island. And why is this happening? Of course, as we'll see in a bit. Now, this shows that the real estate market was able to absorb most of the inflation on construction materials in Cyprus. As you can see, the prices have risen only by 5% in the last year, while the construction cost has risen more than 20%. So that shows that as developers, we are very good people. We absorb the cost, and we offer affordable housing to everyone in Cyprus, including people who are looking for a vacation home as well. So it's not something to worry or panic in potential buyers or investors, because the construction materials is only about 1/3, 25% of the total cost of a new build real estate. Therefore, we're able to absorb most of it. So the question that we had raised before, why Nicosia? Nicosia is a headquarter of all the banks in Cyprus, all insurance companies, the biggest law and accounting firms, the big four universities, 30,000 students reside in Nicosia, the government. So it is a very resilient market for commercial property investment and, of course, residential. Understand that many international buyers want to be close to the sun and beach, which is what traditionally Cyprus has been selling. But if we're talking about strictly investment, it is the safest one to invest. All right, so just 30 seconds about Cyprus, because I know the pressure is mounting on time. We are property developers, contractors, energy developers, manufacturing and trading of construction materials for 30 years. We employ about 600 employees, and we have properties all over Cyprus, Limassol, Nicosia, Larnaca, all type of properties, including high-rise buildings, villas, commercial properties, everything that is sellable, we sell it. This is some stuff about our company. We're now the biggest infrastructure contractor in Cyprus according to contracts given by e-procurement. So we have a huge investment in capital machinery, and that makes us very competitive in construction and, of course, in delivery times. And we offer all these amazing things that everybody says that offers. Thank you very much for your time. I will be available.
Amazing description of investment. Limassol, Larnaca, Greece, Nicosia. So we are moving to Paphos. Yes. This is Baron Judge, who's the business development manager at Corantina. Yeah. He's focused in Paphos.
Right. So now you all have been educated why you should move to Cyprus and what are the advantages of this. So I'm just here to make your life easier, to tell you where to move, yeah? My name is Raj. I'm the business development manager for Corantina Homes. I want to thank all of you for taking out your precious time and being here today. Corantina Homes as a company, we are real estate developers, and our expertise is in the luxury segment. We are based only in Paphos. Paphos, I don't know if you've been there already. It's a beautiful city on the western side of Cyprus. It has a lot of attractions, its own international airport, all the golf courses. It's a lot for everyone to do. You should definitely visit. We have a large portfolio as a company. We are basically, as I said before, in the luxury segment. We are building large resorts by the sea. We also have villas, townhouses, apartments, investment options in our large portfolio. These are some of our current developments, which I'll be telling you a few things about. Now, this is our flagship resort, Cape St. George's. It is the largest seafront resort in Cyprus. It's the most unique development. It's almost finished. Here we have a seafront of over 2 kilometers. We are talking about 200 villas. Most of them are sold and already built. A 5-star hotel coming up in 2 weeks' time. and all the facilities and services. What do I mean by that? In this resort, we have 2 beaches, fully operational and functional. We have a clubhouse, providing a VIP concierge services to all our clients. We have tennis courts, basketball courts, 10 dining options, one of the largest spas on the island, and even a horse ranch. We have 46 horses. We produce our own honey, we produce our own olive oil, and we are building one of the biggest organic garden here as well. We have won a lot of property awards for this development. And these are some of the pictures of the existing houses. Going forward, this is our second resort. Again, a very unique development. I'm not sure if you're very familiar with Paphos, but Paphos generally, we have no high-rise buildings. We are the only developer, the first and only. We are building high-rise towers right in the tourist area of Paphos. It's an amazing, amazing location. There are 2 towers and 20 villas. Again, comes with all the 5-star services from the concierge. One of the towers is already in construction, and I will show you some of the pictures of the under construction building. We have reached the 10th floor already. But the second one, which is highlighted here, I have just some news for you that this will be, again, a 5-star hotel. And the news will break very soon, but you can be the first ones to know. This will be a Hilton 5-star hotel. These are some of the pictures of the ongoing construction. You can see the 20 villas behind are almost ready, and one of the towers is almost ready as well. Now, apart from the developments for the high net worth individuals, we also have developments for different price ranges. Now, this is one of them. Some of my colleagues mentioned permanent residency before, and this is some of the houses which are perfect for such clients. Here we have 3-bedroom villas with private pools, roof gardens, located in an amazing location, walking distance from all the amenities and facilities, and they can be perfect for anybody seeking permanent residency in Paphos and Cyprus. This is another development we are building right next to Cape St. George's, Georgiana Villas. 3-bedroom, fantastic villas with private pool, barbecue. You know, we spend a lot of time outdoors, so that's why we keep on mentioning the pools and the barbecues in our properties. This is a residential apartment building in the heart of Paphos City, almost completed as well. Now, this is another off-plan project which is called Inner City. We have a couple of those. Recently, as we were discussing before, there are a lot of people looking for investment options, and this can be ideal option for them to relocate their offices or to convert this into apartment buildings. That's all what I have for you today. I just want to thank you again for being here and being patient. And very quick story about myself. I mean, I just want to tell you, both my parents are from India. I was born in India. I grew up in Toronto in Canada, but I've been living in Cyprus for the past 15 years. And everyone keeps on asking me, why have you moved to Cyprus? I just keep on telling everyone that firstly is the most amazing people. I'm not kidding. Cypriots are really amazing people. Most of my friends are Cypriots. Secondly is the lifestyle. Everything just is very easy in Cyprus. I don't know what it is, but it's just everything very, very easy. I will not take much of your time. Thank you very much. And I'm here all day if you want to talk to me about it.
Thank you, Raj.
I didn't know your background. Fantastic. A good advertiser for Cyprus. Thank you. So we are moving to Kyriakos. Kyriakos is the COO of Domenica. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Right, so people retiring there, and we've heard before the changes in policies related to how we made it easier for them to move, how the pension funds are moving there, how sometimes even tax makes more sense there, and how because we follow common law and our tax system is very similar, why so many more people that are in that age decide that it's the easier option for them. But what changed, and what I was referring earlier, and what we see at Domenica Group from sales is that the demographics are changing. We're moving to younger people moving to Cyprus permanently. And if I may add, I think this is something, and while discussing with them, we realized that many of them actually came in the COVID era. They closed their eyes and said, right, and that I'm one of them, to be honest. After spending 8 years in London, I thought, why shall I be stuck in an apartment here? Why don't I go home and see how it is? So I actually moved back home and I closed my eyes and okay, I was welcomed, although my parents were not particularly happy. I went back there. But it's true what Raj said. We are good people and we did welcome them and that helped them feel like home. And as a result, when COVID ended and they were working from home and doing all these businesses from there, they realized, you know what, this is a nice place to live. And why not, I just take advantage of the beautiful things that we offer in investment, move my company there, invest further in real estate, move offices there, and take advantage of some of the best and highest quality services we have in Cyprus, very low taxation. And sorry, and Raja did need that water in the end. All of the benefits that Cyprus brings for them. So for British in particular, of course, some of the boring and stuff that you guys already know, we drive on the correct side of the roads and everybody speaks English, a very friendly and clean legal system, very easy to follow, and yes, nice weather, something that we may take for granted, but some of these people really don't. A very large British community, low crime rate, low cost of living, advantageous tax rates, and so on and so forth. But these were always there. In my humble opinion, is the rest of the stuff that changed, and the fact that, yes, the tax is important, yes, we do have more industries growing, but it was the fact that were finally able and worked together to show people that all of these good things that we have, you could actually live the life that you live in a busier environment easier without necessarily having to lose the benefits that you get from living in a bigger country. So in a way, we tried and sometimes achieved to redefine the return of investment for these kind of people. Because it's not just money. Money is of course important and is what is bringing us all here. But also what is also important is the quality of life, is moments, is the scenery, and is all this stuff that we show people and we keep showing that they can do in Cyprus, even though it's, at least in theory, a very small place with limited availability of stuff. So just a brief on Paphos, where I'm from. A city that, if I may, after being a European cultural capital in 2017, has changed a lot. I saw in George's slide that we saw a 31% decrease in contracts of sale. What was interesting is that the latest data show a plus 54% for the first quarter. So being a statistician by background, now I can tell you that stats is the easiest way to lie. But I think what that is telling us is that it just took us a bit more time to see where we fit. But I think now we are in a very, very good position. And as I will show you later in a bit, there are reasons why you are the most popular area among foreign banners in terms of total transactions. And it's because of the magnificent landscape and the high quality of living. I was telling earlier to a person here that I wake up usually at 7 and I go to the beach and I have I dip in the water and I shower, and by 8 I'm at the office. Something that I was living in London and before that in California, even in California was impossible. And I cannot feel that I lost stuff. people are feeling welcome. Is exactly when you close your eyes and you're like, what will be like if I were in paradise to retire, or in a very nice location to actually work from there. I think that's what Cyprus and most importantly Paphos is giving, but also is investment potential. We are the most popular tourism destination, and as a group that we own hotels both in Paphos and the eastern side, I can tell you it's a much more resilient market. We have an ever-increasing inflow of foreign permanent residents. Just yesterday, I was having a chat with a lady that is working on the census, and she was revealing some very interesting facts about Paphos and how about there's a very, very big percentage of the population that actually is foreigners, and how much it has increased the past years. The infrastructure is improving. And of course, we have the prospects of new universities. Now, very, very quickly, as I've already taken a lot of your time, a few points about the Dominica Group. We were founded in 1961. We are the oldest, one of the biggest real estate developers in Paphos, second generation, third generation family business. More than 450 projects completed, which are all self-financed, and we have more than 480 employees working for us, including the hotels, the real estate, and renewable energy, which is a relatively new sector for us, and a sector that we joined about a couple of years ago, and actually a sector that we believe that it's here to stay. We are basically always have the climb in mind, trying to, we are the architects, we are the engineers, we are the contractors. We're always trying to make those little changes that are going to make a house a home. But what changed recently, I think we're moving towards a direction that when you come to us and you even say, you know, I want to invest an X amount of money, I can just advise you and walk you through the process. Being real estate, being hospitality, being renewable energy, we have something for everyone. And I'm just gonna present to you very briefly 3 projects that very, very briefly are just gonna show you what I feel has changed in Paphos. So first of all, this is in Universal area, which is the most popular short-term rental area in Paphos. You will notice the relatively low price range, and you will also notice the facilities. Now, for those of you that are familiar, Universal is one of those areas that is beautiful. It's next to the airport, it's next to the sea, but it lacks big plots. They're not available anymore. So this project actually developed on a large plot, allow us to jump into the market, and that's the property that actually most of my demographic stats come from. It's not big, it's five buildings, it's 60 units, more than 75% sold before we even moved the gravel. And also, we had one of the most we have the biggest variety of demographics and nationalities of people investing. Something that was particularly interesting and very, very promising for us. We moved to a market that there is a lot of people, a lot of investors from the UK, from Central Europe, and from Northern Europe. And I think that's why, as George has mentioned earlier, we didn't really see the impact of abolishment of the passport program. Moving to Elements, which is 4 buildings in the center of Paphos. Again, you will notice the relatively low price point, but the reason I chose this was for a different reason. The center of Paphos used to be an area that not many people wanted to move there because there were a lot of buildings that were not maintained well. What changed recently is that we found ways to actually give it to young people to change, to maintain, to transform, and with the Park of Colors, as they call it, which is the biggest urban park in Cyprus being developed there now, this is changing completely the landscape of the city center of Paphos. A lot of people want to move there, and that's why as a group we decided to develop a project with 4 block of flats, a total of 96 units there, offering concierge services, a gated facility, and stuff that maybe in parts of Europe were taken for granted, but in Cyprus, something that we still are working on. But I would say we are heading there. Similar development, again in Paphos, townhouses, maisonettes, but without meaning to pry, part of a bigger development of the group, around 72 units in total, last few units being constructed now. But of course, we always have this kind of stuff, right? We always have the sun, we always have the sea, and always have this type of landscape this type of progress that we saw. There was an ex-vineyard land, and the elevation gave us the opportunity to create a fantastic project with unobstructed views for all. But it just shows you how, as people, we started not that long ago from being just, working in agriculture and stuff, and how in just a short period of time we developed as a nation into a more robust economy, an economy that was able to maintain the shocks of COVID, of the abolishment of the program, the shocks that, the war, of course, is bringing us now. And we are, and still are, a very popular investment and relocation destination. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking so long.
Thank you, Kyriakos. Of course, no one can make a deal with a gentleman and buy apartment unless you have a lawyer. So, Michalis Economidis, founder and chief executive officer of Chambersfield Economidis Kranos. Floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. Being a lawyer by profession, I'm going to take a very different approach. For some may be boring, for some may be exciting. I always like to diversify my speeches, and I don't play by book or by following exactly my slides. Today, basically, I'm going to give you a very brief background and explanation as to our multiple across-the-sector industry group. Chambersfield Economidis Kranos is a multidisciplinary international law firm, headquartered in Cyprus, Limassol specifically. We have been acting for international clients the last 15 years. Our cross-border experience and knowledge of the worldwide rapid changes enables us to thoroughly assess and comprehend the market perspective, which very often and very regularly change, unfortunately, with the current, either it's a pandemic or it's an unfortunate war. We provide solutions and advisory to individuals and corporate entities. Our expertise allows us to serve as advisors, consultants for wealth management, tax restructuring, risk analysis, and we did act on various international clients that they recently moved to Cyprus, and specifically in Limassol for real estate, renewable energy, and actually now we're during the process of the second biggest transaction of renewable energy acquisition on behalf of an international client in Cyprus. A subsidiary and a sister company of our group is Winsofi Property Developers. Winsofi is a property development company that offers lifestyle, residential and commercial properties to individuals and investors who seek apartments, penthouses, houses and offices that meet an exquisite, timeless design and style beyond the ordinary. We don't do high-rise buildings, we don't do towers. We're focusing on a smaller scale projects with the highest possible quality and focus on end product. The architectural vision of Winsofield aims to redefine and upgrade the lifestyle, residential and commercial status quo by presenting state-of-the-art prime property units that masterfully blend the timeless, classy and contemporary features that are implemented in a smart and sophisticated manner. Winsofield's philosophy is to create and construct lifestyle properties in prime locations that will last through time. The firm cooperates with pioneer leading architects and designers that settle only with the finest quality, providing the freedom and flexibility and exclusivity. Coming to a very, very different project, which I'm personally super excited. As Mr. Golkinos before explained, that the focus of the government, it's the advancement of technology, attracting international technology companies. We are very, very proud actually to announce, and this is the first official announcement that we're doing, although we did a very soft launch a couple of months ago. Locationers, it's an international technology new startup starting from Cyprus with a Cyprus origin, not an international company moving in Cyprus actually, which the aim is to take it completely on the international scale of market. So far, in the last 6 months, we've managed to penetrate 4 different countries. In our platform, we already have 26,000 properties so far. It's a real estate technology platform that connects only professionals with potential buyers in just minutes. We're utilizing high-end AI and technology, and we only work with real estate professionals. We do not work with sole individual sellers, but we do work with real estate developers and agents. In addition to locationers, we established the last 6 months as well, following the needs of clients and demands at the international market, we established a new brand which is called Folkestones. Folkestones already is present in 9 different countries. Again, it's focused on AI and real estate technology. And Folkestones operate solely only with real estate developers. Basically, we come in cooperation with developers promoting their properties around the world, from Middle East, Asia, Europe, and other countries. So for those 2 projects, we are very excited because we constantly hear that we want to attract technology experts and companies in Cyprus, but sometimes we do forget that we do have excellent ideas and startups deriving from Cyprus with Cypriot beneficial owners, with Cypriot minds, with Cypriot professionals behind, taking Cyprus at the international market. Lastly, just to present to you Financial News, which is actually the official media sponsor of this event. Financial News has been established approximately 12 months ago. It's a newspaper media in Cyprus that offers and covers political, economical, and business news of Cyprus, Greece, and the rest of Europe. Few words, basically. We've heard a lot today as to why somebody should invest in Cyprus. What I would like to point out is that if we consider what is happening around the world at the moment, we are forgetting a very significant element: safety and security. And I'm very proud to say that at least this government has managed the last years to establish such cooperations and such diplomatic relationships around the region of Cyprus to provide certain safety and security in our country. We have seen in Ukraine, unfortunately, the events what were happening in Ukraine. In Ukraine, it didn't matter if you were a millionaire, if you had a big mansion, a big villa, or a small apartment. At the end of the day, everybody lost their properties. So safety and security is of primary importance, and I'm very glad to say that Cyprus offers that safety and security. Political stability, the geographical location, as Mr. Kokkinos said before, the amazing effort that is being put from the government to convert Cyprus as a technology and a business hub of the Eastern Mediterranean. The high return on investment that we usually see on our projects. You don't really see in London or in any other big metropolitan cities getting returns of 6 to 7%, whereas in Cyprus, with various projects, and as my colleagues before have mentioned, you can actually get projects with all the way up to 10% returns. The availability of high caliber of professionals, lawyers, real estate professionals, accountants, and so on, in every industry. Quality of life, a lot has been mentioned before about quality of life. I personally have spent approximately 12 years living in London, and I was so glad I went back to Cyprus. It does actually provide the best combination of lifestyle. It's not just the weather, it's not just the people, it's basically everything. And no matter how many marketing things we do tell you today here, you can only get the feeling of what Cyprus is if you just visit Cyprus, and we will be glad to assist you with anything upon your arrival. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank all the presenters. Unfortunately, we ran out of time and we will not take up any questions, so thank you, everybody.
I would like to invite at the stage Ms. Esme Pallas, partner at Michael Kyprianou & Co. LLC, Mrs. Xenia Neofitou, director at CX Financial Limited, and Mr. Giovanni Skouzalis, director at TaylorMade Solutions. Mrs. Xenia will also be the moderator for the panel. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone, and it's nice to be here again at this event of Great Britain-Cyprus Association. I've been following the events and I've seen the members grow, and it's with great pleasure to be here again. Today I'm moderating the panel about the alternative investments in Cyprus, and we are going to cover in very interesting subjects, as I hope for you. It's going to be about funds, about education, and renewable energy. In the panel with us was supposed to be Mr. Savasavidis, but unfortunately, due to some circumstances, he couldn't join us. So his speech will be represented by Ms. Esme Pallas, who will read his presentation in a while. Also with me I have Mr. Giovanni Skouzalis, who is going to cover this time a very interesting topic about renewable energy. And myself, I'm going to talk to you about an overview of the funds industry and some key highlights. So looking forward to our panel, and I'll start first with Esme to read the presentation.
Hi everyone. Mr. Savidis unfortunately could not make it today. So he sent me at the last minute something he would like me to read out to you. Is a private school a profitable business venture? It's a personal letter from Mr. Savidis, so it refers to his personal circumstances. So I will start answering this question by first referring to my own situation. As a parent of two, when my children reached school-going age, the first question I asked myself was whether they should go to public or private school. When I was at that stage, I must confess that it was a huge concern to me, so I sat down with my wife and we divided the page into two and made a list of the pros and cons. We compared which we thought was better, a public or a private school. It is obvious that private schools have a better curriculum structure and offer after-school activities. They have a lower ratio of teachers to learners compared with public schools, which means that our children are able to get the attention they need from their teachers. These are only a few reasons why we reached the conclusion that a private school would be better for our kids. Now, years later, I have to confess that I am wise and still feel confident that we took the right decision to follow the private school route instead of the public. I can thus explain the reasons why I felt this way. Firstly, Cyprus is a country which can be characterized as a multinational. It's a small country, and the educational system in recent years was improved significantly. I will take you a few decades back when Cyprus does not even have its own university. Now, not only are there several state and private universities, but also a number of private schools. In fact, the only private school, the English school, was established in the 1960s and was funded financially by the state itself. Statistically, we see that throughout the years, more private schools have emerged, and one of the main reasons is that, firstly, parents are concerned with the future of their children's education, and secondly, because Cyprus is a multinational country, this can be seen from the day that the Republic was born and the mix of the Greeks and the Turkish Cypriots during the years. This multinational structure of Cyprus has now grown. At this point of time, there is a large number of emigrants in spite of the European Union, or perhaps because of the European Union, and the need has developed for children to fuse the foreign and the local cultures, and this has become a must today for every parent to consider. Furthermore, and I say this from general principles of economic law, that anywhere where there is a focus on education, practical initiatives are always most successful. To take this one step further, the last few years have shown that private schools are more receptive to new regulations imposed by the government than public schools. Private schools are more flexible to implement these regulations. For example, it was easier for them to carry out distance learning during this time as compared to public schools. And generally, we see that private school can offer better facilities, such as offering to learners over and above the academic subject extracurricular activities. If we now consider the issue of real estate in Cyprus in relation to the population density and in particular the number of school-going children, no one who invests in education can lose economically. Statistically, we can see that Cyprus and the property market values of real estate have remained stable, but this year the situation continues to improve, and even from this aspect, notwithstanding the pandemic, the demand for property is increasing, and there will always be children who need education, which is considered a huge advantage in the real estate sector. Now, as a parent and also as a lawyer, where sometimes I cannot distinguish the two roles, in the recent years I have proceeded together with the Cyprus Association of Private Schools to carry out research which refers to the limitations in the education system, whereby we consider that is I and the Cyprus Association of Private Schools, as well as all the parents who want the best for their children, would like to see a significant change in the system in the coming years to bring the public school system in line with the private one. Here I have to agree on a personal level also as a mother of 3 children. Let me give you some statistics of what I meant by that. I will start by saying that Cyprus school attendance is compulsory, whether attending a private or public school. Today, the number of students who attend public primary schools is approximately 49,000, who will later continue to study in public secondary schools. On the other hand, there are 9,900 students attending private secondary schools and make up of approximately 19% of the students' population at secondary level, while around 4,600 pupils attend private primary schools and make up about 10% of all pupils. Tuition fees for private schools range from 5,000 to 7,500 per annum and are much lower than the per pupil cost compared with public schools. According to the latest data from the Statistical Department, the cost per pupil in the public primary education is 6,308, while in the secondary the amount is 9,400 per pupil. Therefore, for each student who chooses to attend a private school, the government essentially saves 10,000 euros per annum. Analyzing these calculations, one can understand that the Cypriot state saves a great proportion of expenses with regards to education, since a large number of students attend private schools. Therefore, we can reasonably say that it is a sponsorship to our country's public finances from parents who decide to send their children to private schools through the tuition fees that they pay and where this amount is taxed. The oxymoron is this situation is that instead of recognizing this levy and favoring the further development of private education, the state seems to penalize parents by imposing further taxation on their total annual income on the grounds that their children attend private schools. From the above example, we understand that besides the advantage of the state being exempted from the cost of education for children in the public sector, the state itself punishes the private sector, which exempts the state from the costs by imposing tax on the income of the parents. I believe that this measure is unfair and contradicts the policy that other European countries are following. What do I mean by that? In order to document the above, I'm referring to the principles governing the European Union for free movement. I should also mention the following. Suppose that a parent from another European country exercises his right to free movement within the European Union. Once the parent chooses to move within the European Union, in accordance with community law, which allows freedom of movement, and in accordance with his fundamental right, he will receive unfavorable treatment as, by enrolling his children in private school in Cyprus, he will have to pay additional tax. With this example, I would venture to say that the taxation of tuition fees on the basis of legislation is a significant factor in the decision of a parent. I would even go so far as to say that this policy that currently exists and is being implemented contradicts the fundamental articles of the European Union considering the free movement of nationals of each EU member state, according to the Convention of the European Union on Human Rights. Based on this principle, this is the reason why I believe public citizens, and specifically all citizens, all Cypriots who have school-going children, should have the opportunity to choose to which school their children should go. This means that instead of having public school where it is said that the education is free, whereas in essence it is free, but they do not have a choice as to which school their children will go, but if the public school system stops, then they will be able to choose whether their child attends public or private school. This would mean that if the state provides a portion of funding to the parents, which is actually in fact the parents are paying through their taxes, then the parents will then decide to which school they will send their children based on the criteria of which school is able to offer the best services. In this way, this will help schools to become more competitive, as each school would try and provide the best possible service, and this would fix the problem which presently exists in public school, such as the lack of facilities, shortage of staff, the large number of children per class, and the increase in the cost which the state will incur to pay higher wages for teachers of public schools. And what is of importance also is to ensure that the staff who may lack the capacity and motivation for whatever reasons are encouraged to give their best to our children. As mentioned, there needs to be a good cooperation between the parties involved, and at the same time taking also into consideration all the factors as we see in Sweden, which has a special education system that has been shown to be one of the best systems in the world and has the happiest children psychologically. If we take all the above factors into consideration, as well as the fact that Cyprus is located in a good geographical position, but in particular is a country which is safe in every respect, having one of the lowest crime rates in Europe, I believe we should seriously invest in education. In the words of Benjamin Franklin, an investment in knowledge always pays the best interest. And another of his quotes, an education is the investment with the greatest returns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Very interesting presentation. Now we are moving to the next presentation. Mr. Giovannis Kouzalis will tell us about renewable energy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy to be back in London. I haven't done this for a long time, so if you don't mind, it's not just because I want to prove to my wife that I'm here, I want to take a selfie, please. Nobody can deny that I'm here. Esme, thank you very much. Sava, don't use that against me, okay? All right. Hi to everybody. My name is Giovannis Kouzalis, and I'm going to talk to you about Cyprus and renewable energy. I will try to cover 5 topics today. I would talk about the latest geopolitical situation, which is very interesting, especially on the renewable energy. When I was trying to get ready for this few months ago, when I was talking to Savas, we said that we are going to talk either about education, renewable energy, or about medical products. Because of the latest intervention in Russia, from Russia to Ukraine, I decided to stick on this project. Of course, talking about this, I will cover Cyprus, and I will talk about photovoltaics and biogas projects. I will concentrate on a small biogas project to prove to you why it's the right time and the right investment. We will look together the Cyprus 10-year development plan so we can identify the need for this kind of projects. Of course, I will give you our project, and then I will say how tailor-made can help you to go through this investment. Well, we all know what happened in Russia. I'm not going to go to politics. My colleague said that he doesn't want to go through Brexit. Maybe I'm going to use these words about Russia and Ukraine. So please, there's no politics behind this. Because of the situation that happened a few months ago, there is an excess profit up to 200 billion in the European Union in 2022. So I'm talking about a very serious market. Now, with the new announcements, it seems that these numbers are going to be extensive. For 2023, we are expecting these prices to rise significantly. Cyprus, okay. We can see that the European Union incentivizes. The European Union for our own, because I say we are European Union, the European Union gives a lot of incentives for people to invest in renewable energy. Loans with interest, low interest, grants, funds. Actually, Xenia is going to talk to us about funds. I've been dealing with Xenia for some time now. We have been working together, so I think it's a great opportunity, Xenia, to put this together. In Cyprus, we expect the 2022 production to be raised, to be double actually in the next year, and to be triple in the year after. So you can see that this is getting really serious and the way it's moving forward. The top picture is Prodaras, so if you are in Cyprus, welcome to Prodaras, okay? Okay, we can see that we take advantage of the sun. There are some projects in Cyprus that are wind farms. It doesn't generate such a good return comparing to photovoltaics. Not only that, but because Cyprus is an island, it gives a lot of advantages. We buy very expensive heavy fuel. So what it means, the production is more expensive. We don't sell to the European Union. So whatever we buy, this is the tariff. So any renewable energy product must be at the same level as the general electricity. We have a specialist, it's Seifield, Yorgos is somewhere here. He can explain a bit more at the break. When we are presenting this to the banks to get finance, we realized that the banks, they wanted us to give the motivo that they have in Greece. In Greece, they're selling to the grid, they're selling to the government or to the companies with 5.5 cents per kilowatt hour. In Cyprus, we are at, when I was composing that, it was 19 cents. Before I came to UK, it was 19.5 cents. Probably today we are talking about 20 cents per kilowatt hour. So our bank was very happy to grant the loan or the finances at any stage. Of course, what makes it very expensive and very profitable to sell in Cyprus is because in Cyprus we don't follow the European regulations, so we pay a lot of penalties. When we say we pay the penalties goes on to our next bill, and I'm sure you have seen your last couple of months' bills. I don't want to talk about this. So definitely we have an opportunity here. Okay, that shows what I would like to illustrate. The green below, it's the wind production. Yellow is our photovoltaic parks. The blue on the top, it's the total demand, and the purple is the production by mazout, by oil and gas and whatever. You can see the huge gap during the night. This is what I would like to fill during this process, which is going to be very short, to explain to you that there is a huge gap. So during the night, we need the biogas to produce electricity. Photovoltaic park in Cyprus, which is the best place actually in the European Union to produce energy. Oh, sorry about the red and yellow. Xenia mu, that was my draft. It wasn't supposed to be like that. It's not my fault, it's Xenia's fault. She would pay my drinks during the break. Anyway, so biogas produces for 23 hours. Photovoltaics, they produce for 12, 13 hours. So there is a huge gap and a huge demand. Okay, we can see here from 2005 to 2029. It illustrates what I would like to prove. If we take out the 2008 to 2013 because of the situation in Cyprus, the collapse of the huge banks, blah, 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 you can see the graphic, the linear graphic, which proves that this is the right time to invest generally in photovoltaics, in renewable energy, but especially in Cyprus. Okay. Feed-in tariffs, we discussed about this, is 19.5. Today, in the European Union, we are talking about 5.5. It makes Cyprus a very attractive destination for all this. The 15% is conservative. I will talk about later on about the biogas. But at this stage, I would like to say that there is a huge demand for battery storage, and things are changing. Forget the old types of storage. We have the new lithium type storage at the time, and tailor-made, we are working on the next project actually about storage in Cyprus with a big international company called Yuso, and Spanecom, which is a provider in Cyprus. Okay, here we are, biogas. We have a small project, it's 2.7 megawatts. With some incentives from the European Union, it reaches 11.7. We are offering the equity. We are selling 60% of the project. We will do the rest. The due diligence is done. We have done the due diligence as legal advisors. The full license is in place. Financing is available. Actually, the banks are very excited about this project. We have done everything, and we are ready to go ahead. During the break, after Xenia pays for the drinks, we can discuss about this. The force is with renewable. You will all invest. I'm not a Jedi Knight, but it seems that this is the right time for Cyprus and renewable to join forces. Okay, tailor-made solutions. What we can do for you. Tailor-made solutions leading partners are probably the most qualified specialists in the market. Last year, after 2 years of work, we have finalized and we sold the biggest project in Cyprus. When I say the biggest project in Cyprus, it's only 10 megawatts. Excuse me for that, but this is a reality. So we do have extensive experience, and working with our partners, we have managed to create a fantastic team that actually we can do everything for you. We can do the feasibility study, we can find the property, we can help you to find the property or rent the land, we can help you to make the planning application, to design it, we can build it for you, we can run it for you. We even have finance. All you need to do is just pick up the phone, call me, and I will tell you about the rest. You will sit back and enjoy the ride. Well, they are all in favor of renewable energy. Hollywood is supporting renewable energy. It's our time. I think George felt that I was going to go to Hollywood. No, George, not yet. So, ladies and gents, thank you very much, and I look forward to talking to you further.
Thank you so much, Giovannis. And now my presentation about alternative investment. So I'll move to the stage. Thanks. Okay. Hello, everyone, again. And it's been a pleasure to be here. So today I'll be talking about the funds. I'm not going to cover what are funds, but just for the general knowledge, what is a fund is a pooling of investments, and is professionally managed, is regulated, so it's a very good vehicle for people that want to invest in a transparent way. Today what I will cover is the recent highlights of the fund industry in Cyprus and give you some of the recent trends and why it is considered one of the top emerging sectors of the economy in Cyprus and generally in Europe. Okay. Okay, so a quick snapshot about the fund industry. It's 11.6 billion. This was the amount of assets under management of investment funds at the end of the quarter of 2021. Imagine when it initially started in 2016, the assets under management were close to 3 billion. So you can see the big increase here. So we've seen over the last years thousands of fund managers and from various geographical Cyprus have chosen Cyprus, recognizing that it offers many advantages as a destination. So where does this success lie? It's in its ecosystem. We have a very good pool of professionals in the financial services industry, accountants, lawyers. They are all experienced in the financial services industry, which is long established. So we have the skills. The tax and legislative environment is constantly updated, and it's equal to the European counterparts. And on the contrary, is one of the lowest cost jurisdictions in Europe. So I would say it ticks all the boxes. And that's why we see this increase. So now let's look at some numbers. At the end of the quarter 2021, the total number of licensed management companies was 298. 50 more are pending SISEC approval. There are significant investments made in Cypriot projects. Almost 140 collective investments invest in Cyprus, in part or entirely, with the total amount reaching 2.3 billion at the end of the third quarter of 21. And based on the data released by SISEC, 54% of the investments made in Cyprus were in private equity and 14% in real estate. Other sectors attract noticeable investments are those of energy, including investments in sustainability, shipping, education, health, and fintech. So, for the factors, the factors mentioned before, the access to investor capital, the ideal business environment, the tax system, and the continuously updated legislations are some of the factors that make Cyprus an attractive destination. So now let's see some of the recent examples, which we are very proud of, starting with a very recent one, which was in the news as well. So the global asset servicing arm of Mitsubishi Financial Group, which is one of the, I don't know if you know them, I'm sure you do, it's one of the largest banks, announced its decision its decision to establish a new operational center in Cyprus. And this is considered a very important step for investment funds sector and the Cypriot economy, because they are gonna, and it gives a positive signal from such a big establishment to establish offices in Cyprus. It will open up the Asian market, and there are significant prospects from this event for the Cyprus economy. Let alone the prospects for new job opportunities that are going to be supporting this service. Another important event that happened recently, in June 14, 2021, the Securities and Exchange Board of India announced that it issued an order classifying Cyprus as an eligible country for Category 1 foreign portfolio investors registration under the SEBI regulation. For the local fund industry, and the acceptance of Cyprus funds in this market, it opens up huge potential, because India it's a big country with huge potential. So we see it very positively as well, and it will open up this market as well. There are, of course, other jurisdictions of interest. Greece is one of them, which we have close proximity and long-established relationship. Israel as well. Again, they see and invest in Cyprus because of the European also passport to Europe. And we also see a lot of interest with the UK and USA. Another important vote of confidence for Cyprus was the agreement between Cyprus and the European Investment Fund to manage the Cyprus Equity Fund, which is the first equity fund in Cyprus to be supported by public resources. And the government confidence in this project is shown because initially it was gonna contribute 10 million, and this is increased to 30 million. This fund is going to invest in startup projects and innovation, which is going to be very positive for the local market and the young entrepreneurs. But it's also part of the National Resilience Program and Recovery Plan. Furthermore, the fund will attract further development of the venture capital market by providing opportunities for local and international venture capitals to operate and invest in Cyprus. So, some recent amendments is about the new laws. The first legislation, the first adaptation in the law is that of limited partnership. This enables investment funds to set up as limited liability partners. And this legislative change will further enhance the overall legal framework and will benefit legal structures for small funds and fund managers. The second legislative proposal, which is a long-awaited one, is that one of the fund administration law. Bringing the fund administration under bespoke regulation is very important, and it's going to enhance a lot the confidence in the market, and we are expecting a lot more investors to come because of this change, because it's going to enhance much more the credibility of the jurisdiction. So, closing, we believe that there are definitely a lot of opportunities before. I mean, we've seen a lot of interest in Cyprus, and we've seen the sector growing because of all the advantages mentioned before. But and before the situation in Ukraine, there were very positive messages. But we have to be alert, because we don't know what's going to happen with the situation, and until it clears out, we advise the fund managers and the investors to be cautious. But generally, we are very positive about what's happening in the environment of Cyprus, and we expect the sector to grow much more in the future. So just a note about us. We offer a complete solution for the financial services, licensing of investment funds, financial services, crypto asset service providers registrations, and all licenses that is covered under the Cyprus Stock Exchange. And Cyprus and CISEC, and also central bank electronic money institutions. We also cover the corporate sector for formation of companies and setting up in Cyprus. Thank you so much, and looking forward to we're going to continue with the panel and any questions you might have. Thanks. Okay, so interesting. Let's do some questions, and then if we have time, we can open the questions for the audience, or we'll move to the next panel. Okay, so I have a first question for you, Giovanni, from your presentation, and you mentioned that there are huge returns in this sector. Can you please explain us?
Of course, it's obvious that generally the renewable energy provides a very good return on investment. It seems that Cyprus, because we are far away from the European Union, we do have an advantage. The rest of the countries are connected between themselves. They provide services to each other, so that pushes the prices down. Our major factor that increases the prices is that we buy very heavy fuel, and because of the latest situation now in the globally actually, not in the European Union, especially the war in Russia and Ukraine, the prices of petrol have been going sky high, so the productivity costs quite a lot. So anything on the renewable energy that costs much, much less, it's going to be sold at the same price, so the return is huge. As I said, we are the bad boys of the European Union. We pay hefty fines because we are not doing our job properly as a country. We don't follow the regulations, so that gives a huge advantage to anybody who has a renewable project in Cyprus or is going to invest on a renewable project.
Okay, and I'm tempted to ask the next question, which is, as far as I know, high returns means high risk. So what's your views on that, since it's a high return project?
Actually, it doesn't go like that when it comes to the renewable energy. Everybody who produces, or anybody who produces in any European Union state, especially in Cyprus or Ukraine, anywhere, you can sell first to the state, to the distributors, to everybody. So if we have, the government produces electricity using fuel or whatever, and I have a small unit that is using renewable energy, I will sell first to the grid, first to the government. So the government will come to me first. So there is no risk that you cannot distribute your energy. It's not that we are in Cyprus and somebody else will sell first. No. People or companies that are producing renewable energy, the country, the state, by law, the European Union, obligates the state to buy first from these producers. So these producers are very safe. It has nothing to do with high risk. On the contrary, it's very low risk, and that's why there is a huge potential.
Great, and yeah, I think it's a good opportunity, and also maybe at some point we can create funds. Do you have any specific questions you want to ask me, or any ideas?
Actually, I do have some questions. Okay. Generally, okay. Listening to your presentation, I was taking some notes. are investment funds still investing in a local economy? I mean, can we create a fund with you together and invest on a renewable energy project?
Of course, yes. As I mentioned also in my presentation and from the recent statistics of SciSec, there are, I mean, definitely you cannot convince the fund managers to invest in a project, even if you are, I mean, okay, there is a preference for the fund managers to invest in the local economy, but if the project is not viable, then no. But we've seen from the statistics show that there is confidence in the local economy. We have seen investments, especially in real estate, but also in other sectors. We have seen shipping. We have funds that are investing in shipping or renewable energy, and I think it's going to be the next thing. And definitely for such projects, I would recommend structuring a fund where it gives confidence. That's what I mentioned at the beginning, because the fund structure gives confidence to investors that this is regulated structure, it's transparent, there is a lot of reporting, so it can gather funds from different investors across, all over the world to invest in this fund, and is professionally managed for people who know what they're doing, and there are good returns as well. So definitely, yes, there is potential.
Actually, this is very good news, because the last project I did was with a very big Middle East conglomerate. So it seems that we can go nearer to us and get more people interested. Can you give us a rundown of the characteristics of funds that operate in Cyprus, please?
Okay, yes, it's a quick snapshot, but if you want more specific information, yeah, we definitely we definitely see. So there are mainly two big categories. It's the usage funds and the AIFs, the undertaking in transferable securities, the usage, and the alternative investment funds. The most common, I mean, also the usage is the legislation is very updated and up to date. But in Cyprus, the most common funds are the alternative investment funds. And in this category, we have three types. We have the unlimited number of persons of AIF. This is a more tightly regulated, let's say. There are certain investment restrictions, but I mean this type of fund is for the bigger public and etc. Then we have the limited number of persons AIF. This is also it's a national product. It's a lighter fund structure, and there are less strict requirements, and it doesn't have investment restrictions. And the third type, the bigger category, is the registered funds. These are not directly regulated by SciSec, but they are under the, under the auspices, let's say, of the fund manager, who is responsible of monitoring them, and the registration procedure is much quicker. Within a month, you can have the fund up and running. It's a notification to SciSec that it's going to have this fund under its umbrella, and then the fund is up and running. And also another important characteristic of the funds in Cyprus is that they can be under umbrella fund structures. So we have an umbrella fund where they have different sub-funds, and each sub-fund can invest in different sectors. So we can have renewable energy, one sub-fund, and we can have diamonds in the second, and you name it. So there are many opportunities. Hope I answered your question in a quick overview. I'm not going to go into the legal types and all of that. Okay. So, time? Okay. So we don't have any questions, and we don't have time for questions. We finished. Thanks for all, and we'll go to the next panel. Thank you so much.
I'm really sorry that we've overrun. Please bear with us because the last bit is actually quite interesting. So I'd like to invite Mr. Adonis Zachariadis, who's the co-founder of Renovi, to give us a short speech on the metaverse.
Hi everyone, really nice to be here. I'm going to speak about something totally different right now, so we're going to change a bit of gears. We're going to go into a bit more technology and what we can do about technology, right? But before I can start speaking about the metaverse, a bit about myself. I'm an economist and a financial analyst. I finished university with a thesis on the efficiency of blockchain markets, and I worked extensively on blockchain and alternative assets before actually co-founding Renovi. Renovi deals with the metaverse. But before I start talking about what Renovi is, I wanted to actually walk you through a brief history of the internet, some areas of the internet that us techies like to stop on and ponder upon, then speak about what blockchain is in layman terms, because I really hate the jargon that everybody uses, and then how does a blockchain and actually fungible and non-fungible assets move into the metaverse, right? So, history of the internet and why it's really interesting. We usually divide the internet into 3 areas right now: Web 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. What that actually means is that in the Web 1.0 era, you had the black text with blue hyperlinks, and it was only about actually sharing information with each other. Just about that. And that was the first real internet that we had. Now, moving on from that one, the Web 2 era was when we brought MySpace, which now died, Facebook, WhatsApp, and so on into the mix. So everybody could actually communicate with each other and share ideas as to what they think and what they feel. Now we're moving into Web 3.0. And what is really interesting is that nobody really knows what Web 3.0 is. And if they state that they do know, they're lying, right? But what everybody agrees on what Web 3.0 is that you can actually own part of the internet. Now, what does actually owning part of the internet? That's where blockchain and 3D assets and NFTs come into play. You're able to own digital land for once, unlike the real land that we've seen actually with so many good presentations up to now. Digital buildings, digital wearables, images, songs, and so on. Now, the really interesting way of how you can do it is what everybody usually shares everywhere, and it's blockchain, right? Now, when I was trying to build a page as to what blockchain really is, and searching the internet for pictures, I could only find pictures of chains that actually do not really showcase what blockchain is. So I tried to find a really more interesting way without using the jargon that everybody uses in order to showcase what blockchain means. Now imagine that everybody has a notebook and everybody writes down how much I own. If I own 10 pounds in my name, then everybody in here knows that I own 10 pounds. And if I spend those 10 pounds in something really interesting, I don't think it will be interesting, everybody writes down that I don't have any more 10 pounds. And that's what really blockchain is, right? It means that the information is shared with every single person that has that notebook, a notebook to write down the transactions, and you do not need a central authority. And what that means and why it's really interesting, it is because now you don't have that central authority and you're creating a new system to validate transactions. And with that in mind, and with this new system of validating transactions, now you have cryptocurrencies or fungible tokens. Just because you do not need a central authority to validate these transactions, that doesn't mean that you cannot prove the ownership or how much everybody has. And that is happening with blockchain and obviously cryptocurrencies. Now, what is really interesting, they exist on the blockchain. Together with this new way of validating transactions, we now have something more interesting, a new way of validating ownership. In other terms, and I'll put it really simple for you guys, because that's how I like to understand it myself. If you have a car, you actually have a deed of ownership that proves that you own that car. It's exactly the same thing. We just take it digital. It's a digital representation that tells you that, hey, I own that image or that song, or in the future, that car. It is possible. And this is what NFTs are. At the same time, don't be thinking that the image is the actual NFT. Far from it. The data behind the image, that's the actual NFT. And that's why it's interesting. Apes or punks or whatever, they're really cool, but that's not the tech. Now, why did I talk about all this? Because all this comes together to actually create the Web3 that everybody is really talking about right now. It's this amalgamation of technologies from crypto to blockchain to VR to NFTs and digital wearables and so on that actually make what the Web 3.0 is. Now, I said I was going to talk about the metaverse, and this is where the metaverse comes in. Because actually the metaverse is one idea of what Web 3.0 can be, a more immersive internet, all right? So we have two types of metaverses, the open and the closed metaverse. You probably heard about Meta, Facebook, but what I usually deal with is Decentraland, Sandbox, and so on, which is the open metaverse, which allows you to own part of this digital universe, if I may say so. Now, a really common misconception is that the metaverse is all about the goggles and virtual reality, but it's so much more. It's AR, VR, 5G, blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning. Everything comes to this point, the metaverse, in order to actually exist. The metaverse is not a new idea. It's from 1992, actually. That's how old I am, right? So it's a really old concept, but we now have all the technology that can make what the metaverse really is. So why is it important? Well, I'll put some numbers in, but as usual, I'm underestimating what it could be. The metaverse, according to Bloomberg, in the next few years, it could be an $800 billion industry, and others say that it's in the trillions and trillions, actually. And that's easy to understand because if you think of the top 10 companies by market capitalization, at least half of them, if not more, are dealing with some sort of internet technology. And if the metaverse is actually the improvement, the more virtual way of actually experiencing the internet, it's not difficult to comprehend that it could be an $800 billion industry. And it could actually create 10,000 jobs in the next 5 years. And the metaverse can create new economies. These new economies might actually not be for us at some instances and can be for the new generations, but it's fine. And these new economies, like you have direct-to-avatar economies, are here engaging with the younger audience. And one of the industries that is actually engaging the most with these new economies is fashion. Fashion companies like Dolce & Gabbana, Balenciaga, Tommy Hilfiger, DKNY, they're really interested in this direct-to-avatar economy because at the end of the day, your digital representation is more famous than your real representation in real life. Think about it. More people look at your Instagram profiles than they actually look at you, okay? And that's why it's important to them. At the same time, you have other sectors joining the metaverse and trying to experience and explore these new economies and in order to reach their audience. So you have law firms, you have hotels, and you even have companies that have actually real buildings, creating a digital twin of those buildings and adding them to the metaverse so they can reach a wider audience. So, and apart from that, another new economy that is being created is this of the real estate and actually of the digital land that exists out there. And some notable measures of digital land that exists out there that was bought by some really big institutions is, for example, land that was bought from Decentraland for about 2.5 million US dollars from the Metaverse Group and Tokens.com, and land that was bought in Sandbox, another metaverse platform, that was bought for about 4.28 million US dollars from Republic Realm. And that's because these companies know that the metaverse is going to be important and they want to capitalize it as early as possible. Now, who we are, Renovi and Renovi Studios, right? I'm not gonna stop on this slide. I'm actually gonna go on the next slide and explain one by one who we are. The idea of Renovi started as a niche NFT marketplace for architects and designers who wanted to bring the architecture into this metaverse world. We wanted them to embrace NFTs and actually be able to socialize and meet like-minded people in a marketplace just for them. And that helps them build part of the metaverse, the open metaverse, themselves. We're just facilitating what they can do within the metaverse. At the same time, we have Renovi Studios. Renovi Studios is something that came out of Renovi, and it was when we wanted to help create part of the metaverse. We had the connections, we had the architects, we had the blockchain experts, and so on, in order to build the metaverse. And we've done that really well in the Decentraland Fashion Week that happened about less than a month ago. And it was actually really well received. Some pictures of how it looked like. As you can see, it's a mix of game development, but also architecture, and at the same time, you're able to promote brands over there, like General Motors. And I actually have a slide with brands that we work with, which is over here. So we work with Diageo, DKNY, General Motors, and so on, because these brands are embracing the metaverse, and they know that the next set of users that will actually be interacting with these brands are on the metaverse right now. So what we do at Renovi Studios, we offer a total solution. We help companies navigate the metaverse world, and we help them create 3D representations of assets, but at the same time, we help them with their metaverse strategies, how to create NFTs, how to actually create utility for the NFTs, tokenomics, and so on. Nothing stops us when it comes to the metaverse and blockchain technology. And that's a really good summary of what we want to achieve, a full-blown metaverse experience for every company that we work with and every brand that comes to us. Now, a lot of people usually say, probably the metaverse is a fad. They said that about the internet, they said that about e-commerce, and they've said that about a lot of businesses that came and sectors that came and are really strong, and they actually define the way we live today. And this is what I want to leave you with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zachariadis. Indeed, your speech was really, really interesting to all of us. And now we're up to our last panel, which will be presenting crypto, tokenization, and the potential for business. I would like to invite Mrs. Christiana Aristidou, founder and CEO at the hybrid law tech firm Empowered by Christiana Aristidou LLC, Mr. Panagiotis Kouchis, team leader of legal and financial services at Pelagias Christodoulou Vrachas LLC, and Mr. Andy Haralambous, co-founder of Renovi, at the stage, as well as Mr. Alex Chrysaviadis, partner at Aldershine LLP, for their presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Just start by saying thank you to Southern Association for arranging this fantastic event today and having the panel here today. So, as mentioned, I've got two technology lawyers and Andy, who's also co-founder of Renovi, who we just heard from Adonis, which is a very useful presentation to have just before we're speaking here now. And as mentioned, I'm an audit partner, and as an audit partner, I'd like to do some sampling and testing, so I think it's only appropriate we do that now, and you're my guinea pigs. So can I just ask everyone to stand up? Everyone stand up, please. Okay. So, before Adonis's fantastic presentation, very informative, who here has heard of crypto and tokens and these types of things? If you haven't heard of it, sit down. Good news, we're in the right place. Okay. Please stay standing if you've done anything with cryptos, investments, or done anything like that. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. You can all sit down.
Great.
Okay. So, just following on from that presentation then and your understanding, Christiana, if you can please give us some insight into Cyprus's position in terms of technological familiarity and adoption and strategy and the relevant regulation in respect of this sector, because it's obviously a new thing and people are heading into it.
Thank you, Alex. Hello, everyone. What I want to share with the people here is that humanity is on the cusp of the fourth industrial revolution. Business is on the cusp of the fourth industrial revolution. What is this fourth industrial revolution? The fourth industrial revolution actually represents the convergence of AI, artificial intelligence, blockchains, virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, extended reality, quantum computing, cloud, 3D printing, all of this into products, into unimaginable products, services, and unimaginable industries. So, of course, Cyprus, as a hub, and after what we have heard of all the speakers before, would not miss this opportunity, would jump in to study, assess, and implement these technologies. So we're at a good point in Cyprus. Doesn't matter, as the minister said, that Cyprus is small. So Cyprus has, for a long time now, has its strategies on digital transformation, blockchain strategy in place, an artificial intelligence strategy in place, and many more to come strategies. And we also have the upcoming blockchain law. I personally worked on that law, and I have to share this because from my position as the president of the technology committee of the Cyprus Bar Association, I was working on this specific law for like 3 months, together with my team and some professors from the University of Nicosia, which is a pioneer in this area, as you may know. So as the minister said, earlier, this law will be up and running soon. So this is the situation in Cyprus. We are probably among the first countries to have a blockchain law in place. So this, of course, provides certainty to businesses and the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. And Banayodi, we're seeing a lot of companies now who are crypto asset service providers, also known as CASPs. What can Cyprus offer as a jurisdiction in respect of this?
Good afternoon, Alex. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the Cyprus Great Britain Business Association for this great initiative, and especially Mr. Savas Kyriakidis for his efforts. we need to break this definition into two parts. First of all, what is a crypto asset? Crypto asset is a digital representation of value which is neither issued nor guaranteed by any central bank or public authority. It is not necessarily attached to a legally established currency, as we know, and does not possess any legal status of currency or money. However, it is used and accepted by natural all legal persons as a means of exchange which can be transferred, stored, and traded electronically. Now, the second part of this upcoming this crypto asset service provider that Cyprus introduced is a service provider actually that provides services and activities to another person or on behalf of another person, and this includes four activities. Is the exchange between crypto to crypto, crypto to fiat currency, and vice versa. It's worth mentioning that fiat currency is the usual traditional currencies that we all know, like the British pound, euro, etc. It can offer custody services and so on in relation to crypto assets or cryptographic keys. And also it can participate and provide financial services regarding the distribution, offer, and acceptance of the sale of cryptos, including the initial offering. Cyprus now transposed the 5th AML into national law on the 25th of June 2021.
They've made our lives easier by going digital and web-based. What we're experiencing now is the next phase of this development, where more and more assets are going digital. And what does this lead to? How does that benefit us? Basically, this leads to quick transaction speeds, lower transaction costs, more accessibility for all, security and privacy, which is very important, and ultimate transparency for everyone. As I already mentioned before, you can go onto a blockchain and you can check every single transaction that anybody has ever made. 100% validity. Digital assets such as cryptocurrencies, they can provide investors with a way to diversify their portfolios away from traditional financial assets like equities, bonds, and real estate. And with more and more institutions adopting this asset class, it only validates everything that we're talking about today.
Thank you, Andy. Christiana, I'm going to come back to you. Business is the next element now. This is the next step. How are we going to use business to do this? So what's the potential for technology businesses starting in Cyprus or using Cyprus with a corporate structure, potentially bearing in mind the B word, Brexit, which has already been mentioned before?
Thank you, Alex. So potential exists where chances exist, where opportunities exist. So we have heard to the previous speakers focusing on the Cyprus location, corporate tax, high level of services, talent, and all of these. I will not focus on those because these are well known. What I want to share in terms of potential with Cyprus and the UK and the structuring of business. Each time we structure business, we structure a group of companies like subsidiary, holding and everything. We have a plan in place and we know why we do that, and we structure we set up a company in a particular place, either because we want that company be a research and development company, we want that company be an IP holding company, we want the company be an operational company. So we look at that. Looking at that, we have to bear in mind the harmonized regime and framework in Cyprus offers access to Europe. So for the UK companies, either companies that are existing and are traditional companies looking to start their journey into this, what we call digital transformation journey, or new companies, startups, or new companies. I mean, it's different when you talk, when you refer to a startup and a new company. These are two different concepts. So what they need access. They need access to Europe. So when you structure from or within Cyprus, it means you have access to the rest of the countries, the member states, in terms of regulation. I mean, if you want to raise finance, then the laws are harmonized. So if you want to make any deals in those countries, then the rules are harmonized. So you deal with regulators who are known to you in the EU. So you structure from Cyprus in order to exploit all of Europe, all around Europe. So that is because then you get to deal with a predictable regime and much certainty and, of course, a very good monitoring of your business. Thank you.
Thank you. And just on that, I suppose, Andy, coming back to you, I mean, Renovi is a new business, it's a brand new, exciting space. First NFT marketplace, as Alois was saying. You decided to set up the business in Cyprus instead of the UK. Talk us through the thought process and the rationale.
Sure. Firstly, as you heard from Adonis, we've launched Renovi. It's a startup. It's been going for just over a year, but we've grown so quickly in that time. I'm hoping after that presentation from Adonis that everyone has learned a little bit more about the metaverse and is a little bit more knowledgeable about a very upcoming space. Now, going back to your question, Alex, why Cyprus? Well, firstly, I'm Cypriot, which helps. But I think when we looked to set up Renovi, there was a lack of guidance and transparency with regards to all things crypto in the UK. I've set up a few FCA-regulated businesses in the UK before, and so I've got a lot of experience in that space. And when we looked to do it, it was very, very grey. It's only recently that the FCA has kind of started to put together guidelines about rules and regulations. So we looked at overseas. We looked at the EU, and there's a number of countries in the EU offering more easier access to regulation than in the UK. They've been a big supporter of cryptocurrencies, and their policies and proposals and directives were a lot more welcome. The EU continues to attract crypto businesses, and Cyprus being a member of the EU, it just made sense to follow suit. I've also got experience in setting up companies in Cyprus, which helps a lot, and so we decided to set up in Cyprus. The legal and audit system, I've got to admit, is a lot more thorough than it is in the UK. It's a lot harder to open a business in Cyprus because the checks and measures are a lot more, which in one way should give people comfort. There's also a lot of tax incentives, such as IP box. I think someone mentioned IP box earlier on today, and it's something that I would encourage people to explore if you're looking to set up a technology business in Cyprus, and I'm sure Christiana Panayoti can answer a lot more of the elaborate questions that might come up. They certainly helped us when we set it up. I think the other attraction is that there's a lot of other industries looking to welcome you to set up crypto businesses in Cyprus. I'll give the example of the University of Nicosia. A lot of people probably don't know this, but the University of Nicosia offers degrees in blockchain technology. There's even free courses to learn about crypto and digital assets. They partnered up with Coinbase, and they're offering scholarships for anyone that wants to take degrees and masters in there. Now, the other thing with regards to Renovi is they collaborated with us, and they're offering free mentorship programs to anyone that wants to help build on the Renovi marketplace. So, for all the reasons above, it just made a lot of sense for us to set up in Cyprus.
Thank you. And coming back to Panayoti, just building on that then, can you please summarise the registration process and requirements for a business looking to register, especially under the CASP, and what the capital adequacy requirements are, please?
Thank you, Alex. Actually, I'm very interested in presenting this part because we as a law firm were waiting too long for this bill to pass. So the registration procedure, first of all, is a designated application through the Cyprus and Exchange Securities and Exchange Commission, which is the competent authority. Actually, it's a skeleton of the CASP, of the crypto asset service provider, that includes the name, the physical address, and the website of the CASP. If the CASP will maintain a payment service provider or any ATMs and the location of those ATMs that they will have. If it's supervised, because if you can supervise across the EU and also be licensed in Cyprus, which Cyprus offers the passporting potential of doing business in Europe, as well as any other public addresses, because the crypto asset service provider, I don't know if the audience is familiar, like I will mention some examples in order to understand. It's like Binance, Coinbase, Crypto.com, and so on. There are many exchanges around the world. So basically, if anyone is interested to set up such a business, Cyprus has the safeguardings and the confidence for the investors that they have something documented in order to expand their business plans and strategies. Now, SAISEC will require 6 months to examine its application. Therefore, in this time of 6 months, I will advise that you need further time in order to actually construct and prepare the relevant policies, and according to the of course, as when it comes to organizational and operational requirements. Therefore, I will say, because I don't want to bombard you with too much informative operational and registrational requirements. The board of directors, any other individual or managerial position, as well as the beneficial owners of the CASP, needs to pass the fit and proper test of SAISEC, evidencing the good repute and skills in order to maintain the financial structure of the CASP. The board must consist of 2 non-executive and 2 executive directors in order to overview the management of the CASP, as well as a lot of systems and controls and mechanisms and continuity plans in order, again, to SAISEC be able to, as a competent authority, to evaluate these providers, because SAISEC is a tough authority. I mean, it's not something that is a dependent authority, and you need to comply with them. If you don't comply, you are exposed and you are vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. So the sector's clearly, and it's still very early days. We've heard about the new regulations. We've seen, I mean, I've seen on my local recent visits to Cyprus, small retail shops saying it accepts cryptocurrency. We've heard of property deals now being done in crypto potentially. We've seen obviously the future with the metaverse and everything. What just some final thoughts about the possibilities and the potential for business in what's undoubtedly a very exciting area?
Thank you, Alex. I like presenting futuristic statements. I like to predict the future. So if you want to take a pen and write down what I'm sharing with you now, please do. So the economy will be tokenized. In Cyprus, of course, the economy will be tokenized. What this means is that we're going to see everything being tokenized. Tokenized means really taking any digital asset or any real asset, real life asset, and then you link that to a token on blockchains or any other distributed ledger technologies, and then you sell it, you trade it. So this is what we're going to see. So we're going to see like expansion in marketplaces of NFTs. We're going to see CASPs. We're going to see funds tokenizing their units. We're going to see real estate agencies and construction companies tokenizing real estate and trade. Not only sell it, trade it. They will be trading it. We will see it in the tourism area, big expansions in terms of tokenization also, and we will see ships. Shipping will all be tokenized in the future. So what I want to share with the people here is prepare. Prepare. If you do not prepare, it's as if you prepare to fail. So learn, educate yourselves, get involved in this space. I mean, not only in the crypto area, but blockchain. These are two different things. So AI, artificial intelligence, all these technologies I've mentioned before, just try to see what they are and try to make plans on how to utilize them in order to be competitive. This from
we want everyone standing up next time we ask who's dealt with it.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
In reality, any type of investment entails different type of risks. The important thing, however, is to identify the objective ways on how we will strengthen and improve the current position. Because there is always room for improvement in every aspect of life, including cryptos. In my view, there are two main components that will boost investor confidence, and this is all about. Since every day we're witnessing high-profile individuals and their corporations joining the NFT and crypto space. Firstly, the supervisory authorities like SISEC and all the competent authorities throughout Europe and internationally that did not yet regulate this industry can work closely with the competent authorities that already passed these regulations, having in mind only one goal: the mutual benefit of everyone. And what I realized is that the community of the crypto space has this mentality of exchanging ideas every day and help each other in the best possible way for the best outcome. The other main component is the banking sector, for the banking sector to reverse the persistent dismissive attitude that is showing when it comes to cryptocurrency and the industry in general. The change of their approach will be a win-win situation in order to boost even more investor confidence and their confidence as well, because they're not feeling confidence at all in this industry. Now, as a closing remark, and as a professional exploring this industry in depth, the competition that is showing and is witnessed every day, and the need from the governments, not only European, but also at international level, not to miss the train. I strongly believe that this will work as a positive factor in order to initiate and regulate this industry in more jurisdictions, boosting investor confidence gradually as we go along to this promising journey of the crypto space. Thank you.
I'll be down to you to dismiss us for lunch.
Last but not least, I'll make it quick so I'm sure everyone's hungry. It's not your dinner time, right? No, what I would basically say is everything that we've discussed today is here to stay. It's not going anywhere, it's only going in one direction. I think if you put your hand in your pocket 10 years ago, you would have probably pulled out an amount of cash, okay, and maybe one card. If you put your hand in your pocket today, you'll be lucky if you pull out a card. There's probably very little cash in your pocket. It's a card.
Pull out your phone.
Sorry?
Pull out your phone.
Yeah. And the next generation don't carry cash or cards. They carry one of these. It's a natural evolution. It's a progression of everything we're doing. It's the same way with everything you can think of in your life, in a progression. So I'm going to also make a prediction, because I like what Christian has done, and I'll make a prediction. In the next 5 to 10 years, every major business, every serious business, the same way you need a website for your business, you will have some kind of metaverse or digital element to your business. It could be the fact that something from as simple as accepting cryptos as a form of payment, which we're already seeing with a lot of businesses. It could be having a metaverse experience as part, a metaverse presence as part of your business, which we're seeing now from law firms, football clubs, entertainment, celebrities.
I can't think of an industry that doesn't have an element of digital or metaverse experience, even from today. And it's only going one way. So again, I go back to, for the ones that are old enough to remember life at the beginning of the .com and how skeptical people were, and look at the things in your life that you have now that you cannot do without. This is the next stage of this. So fast forward from 10 years and everybody will be involved, that's for sure.
Thank you. Right, we've heard it here first. Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you for having us. Thank you very much. Questions I think we would have liked, but I think we'll have to wait for outside. Thank you.